Okay. We have with us a Malaysian Communications and Multimedia Commission member, Mr. Derek John Fernandez. With all due respect, we would like to welcome Mr. Derek to give his opening speech. Please welcome Mr. Derek.
Selamat pagi dan selamat sejahtera. Syukur kepada Tuhan kerana kita dapat berkumpul pada pagi ini untuk membincang satu perkara yang penting untuk negara. Mr. Masamore, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, a very good morning. Welcome to Malaysia and welcome to this forum, which is of particular importance to MCMC. And I hope that at the end of this forum, we will all be able to share and exchange views on this matter and learn a little and become a little wiser and be able to reap the benefits of this forum. I'd like to perhaps first of all thank our friends, our international friends, some of whom are online and some of whom are here today. And they come from countries, our neighbors, Thailand, we have from Luxembourg, France, China, Laos, East Timor, and we've got quite a spread of people today. Of course, I will not forget the local Malaysians who are here today. Now, let me start by, first of all, stating that not enough is actually being done to raise the awareness of the importance of IPv6 or internet addresses and its significance as a building block towards communications in the internet. And perhaps forums like this, and I hope subsequent forums will highlight the importance of this resource as a valuable national resource. Now, Section 171 of the Communications and Multimedia Act of 1998 Malaysia vests control authority over this particular internet resource or digital resource in the government of Malaysia through MCMC. In other words, MCMC will be the custodian and regulator of internet addresses. I do not know the practice in other countries, and I hope that the practice would also be able to look at internet addressing or IPv6, IPv4 as a very vital and important national digital resource in which each country exercises digital sovereignty over that resource. This is of particular importance because this particular component of the resources, of the digital resources, is critical to national security. It is critical to national economic development and commerce. To make it simple for those who are in the media, for instance, who are not familiar with what it is, the control of addresses for the transmitting, the communication of information, data, goods or services using to a particular address in your own country must belong to you. It cannot, should not, and must not belong to any other country except the nation in which those addresses are for. And that's my view. And I believe that the Malaysian government through the MCMC has also realized the importance of this particular resource and has embarked on its move to create a national internet registry for Malaysia. And I do hope that the other countries who are sufficient size, capability, and expertise develop control over their own resources so that digital sovereignty will be back to the nation state. Now, this particular resource is particularly important from the cyber security standpoint. Now, in addition to all the benefits which you will hear later on in terms of speed, in terms of reliability, in terms of being able to stream data, and a lot of other very, very important things, because as you know, the 5G networks are built on IP, and the benefits of both 5G networks, of which Malaysia has announced its intention to create a second 5G network. The component of security is close to my heart in terms of the importance of cybersecurity, and does IPv6 provide a higher level of security as opposed to IPv4? And I think the answer is obviously yes, if it is used correctly and the advanced features that are put into the IPv6, such as the SRv6 and other add-ons to enable a better level of encryption, a better level of being able to create unique addresses so that every device has a unique address, something that could not have been done with IPv4 because of just not enough numbers there, not enough addresses. So it is in this spirit that I hope all nations, in fact, those here today, covering countries, our brothers and sisters in Thailand, in Laos, in Timor-Leste, and also in Indonesia and Singapore, be able to look at this whole issue of digital sovereignty and the control of your own resources, the right of each country to allocate and address as its sovereign right, and it's not dependent upon an outside nation telling you what number you can get, what numbers are for you. I mean, this empowerment of ASEAN and empowerment of everybody would, I believe, lead in the long term to a better and a more multipolar administration of communications in globally at least. So I do hope that you get the benefit out of this and also look into whatever can be done to enhance IPv6. Obviously, you're not required to get rid of your IPv4. There is arguments to say you can probably have two coexisting together up to a point in time, but at least look at those features, and I hope you also look at it from a point of cybersecurity and the importance. As you know, this is a huge problem, ransomware, scamming using fake, deep fakes, for instance, and using voice modulation, and a number of techniques are being used, exploiting existing weaknesses in being able to, not being able to identify the source of where this is coming from, and masking numbers and being able to manipulate data. I believe IPv6 has a better level of security, a much better level, and I hope you will look into that, because it's good if your countries are starting this out to get it right from the beginning, to make security no longer merely a cost item, but security as part of infrastructure, security by design. That is at the heart of communications. MCMC is looking at policies to say whenever you want to provide a service, to design a telecommunications facility, you must take into consideration the customer, the consumer, the public, the user, and their safety and their security. And so I think there's no better place to start than by getting, first of all, the basic addressing correct to provide that level of security. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Derek Fernandez. We are honored to have a guest of his stature joining us for today's event. For the third speech or the third welcome address, it is none other than the chairman of the host organization, which is IPv6 Forum Malaysia. Without further ado, please let us welcome Professor Emeritus Dr. Sureswaran Ramadas, chairman of IPv6 Forum Malaysia and the APEC IPv6 Council. Please give a big round of applause.
Thanks, Ashraf. Mr. Kondo-san, Derek, Dr. Robin, Professor Tayyab, regulators, government ministries from around Asia Pacific region, I welcome all of you to the workshop today. So this is just a very short hello, welcome, and enjoy your workshop. The workshop is for 2 days. So today, tomorrow, lunch will be provided by IPv6 Forum Malaysia for both days. And tonight, there will also be a dinner. So if you're not sure the venue, how to get there, please check with the secretariat. They will help you all with everything. Otherwise, sit back and enjoy the class. If you have any questions during the class, just raise your hands and ask. This is classroom format, right? It's not seminar format where you are not allowed to ask questions. So you can freely ask questions. With that, I welcome all of you. Welcome to Malaysia. Enjoy Kuala Lumpur and enjoy the class. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Suresh. We're actually supposed to be joined by the venue sponsor for today from MLab Systems Berhad, which is Mr. Kiat Bin, but unfortunately he is a bit unwell. So he sends his best regards and he says to enjoy his facilities and make use of the workshop that we are hosting today. So with that, we conclude the formalities, or we conclude we can call it as the opening ceremony. I do want to say that this is a workshop setting, so it might be a little minimalist in nature. And with that, I would like to give the opportunity for the dignitaries and the VIPs to stand in front for a quick photo op with our backdrop, if possible. So I would like to invite Mr. Derek Fernandez, Professor Emeritus Suresh Warren, Professor Dr. Tayyib, and also Mr. Robin from Huawei. Maybe the photography team can adjust so that we can see the backdrop a little bit. Okay. After this, maybe we take another version where we stand to the side a little bit so we can see the backdrop. Huh? Okay, perhaps Prof and Mr. Derek on one side and Dr. Tayyib and Robin on this side. Slightly more? Okay, thank you, sir. Maybe step forward a bit, sir. Okay, is that better, photographers? Okay, thank you so much to the VIPs. Please have your seat. Thank you, everyone. With this, we conclude the opening ceremony and we will launch with the workshop in about 5 minutes. Maybe we can take a quick toilet break. I tried to get there is Okay, welcome back, participants. Do we have everyone back from the toilet break yet? Okay, perhaps before we begin, I will just like to recap the representatives and the participants that we have joining us today. All the way from Laos, actually, we have Mr. Se Somvang and Mr. Solisak. Thank you so much for joining us today from Laos. And from Indonesia, we actually have the most number of participants, which is 4 participants. We have Mr. Rahmat, Ms. Fatmawati, Ms. Diah Utami, and Mr. Sukirman. Thank you very much for joining us all the way from Indonesia. And we also have from India, Mr. Utpal. Thank you so much for joining us today, Mr. Utpal from the ITU APT Foundation of India. And then we also have from Vietnam, which is Mr. Nguyen Huy Bak, also joining us. Thank you for coming all the way from Vietnam. And of course, not to forget our esteemed speakers for today, of which their session will be after the lunch break. We have very esteemed and very much subject matter experts in the topic that we are bringing today, which is, the first is Dr. Tayyip Ben Mariam from the World Broadband Association. Thank you so much for joining us, Dr. Tayyip. And we also have Mr. Robin Lee Zhenbin from Huawei. He is the Chief IP Protocol Expert. Not yet joining us, but he will join us later, is Mr. Will Liu Shucheng from Huawei. So for the first module, we would like to make it a high-level module. We would like to make it brief and straightforward, because the group that we have with us today is actually from the regulators and authorities group. It's not really from the technical and engineering group. So maybe before we start, we can have a show of hands. Who actually here is actually from a non-technical or non-engineering background? Would you mind raising your hands? So all are from technical background. So that's why you have been put in this particular department of your respective ministries or directorates or divisions. Okay, that's fantastic. And I believe most of the countries here have either migrated or done a mass transition to IPv6 or are having plans to do so. For example, the gentleman from Laos shared with Professor Suresh that they are actually planning for a big national IPv6 migration. And you would be interested to know that one of the sessions that we have for today is actually also regarding the funding opportunities for Asia Pacific governments, if you would want to embark on such an activity. Okay, we will proceed with the slides or with module 1 for today. Introduction and benefits of IPv6. Actually, sitting here in front of you, technical people, I feel that somehow, especially for people like Dr. Tayyip and Mr. Robin, this is such a redundant topic. This is such a simple topic for them. But I will try to cover it as best as possible. I will try to make it interesting or what I call applicable from the regulatory and also from the authority standpoint, not so much from the technical applicability standpoint. The contents that we will cover for today include a brief introduction, the global IP address resource management, IPv4 versus IPv6, some key technologies that are offered by enhanced IPv6, benefits of IPv6 adoption, IPv6 adoption across the world, global IPv6 market, also the concept of my IP, my ID. So wherever possible, I'll try to make it brief and straightforward. So what is IPv6? I think it's not a very necessary slide, because the reason you are all here is because you've been working with IPv6. You know the importance, you know why you need it for your respective countries as well. Just a brief overview on the management of global IP address allocations. This is a very popular image or very popular graphic. As you know, there are organizations in the world whose mandate is to manage IP address allocations. So in ICANN, there is a division called IANA, which is Internet Assigned Numbers Authority. And from the Internet Assigned Numbers Authority, there's a sort of multi-level format of delegation. So it first goes to something known as regional internet registries. So there are 5 regional internet registries all over the world, and they are delegated or they have been formed according to geographic location. So for all particular regions in the world, they have their own regional internet registries. For the Asia Pacific, our regional internet registry is actually called APNIC, and they are headquartered in Australia. So it is the same concept that I was mentioning earlier. From the IANA, they delegate it across the 5 regional internet registries. And specifically for APNIC, there is such a concept called national internet registries as well. There are currently 7 national internet registries in Asia Pacific. I believe they are India, Indonesia, China, Taiwan, Vietnam, and also Japan. So these are the 7 national internet registries currently in the APNIC region. This also, I think, is quite a simple concept and not to be focused on too much. So moving on to the key technologies of enhanced IPv6, these are technologies which are becoming more and more popular, becoming more and more predominant in the world of IPv6. So a couple of the concepts that we can introduce today include segment routing over IPv6, network slicing, which creates a virtual network within the physical network itself. So you can sort of use and customize and designate that virtual version of the network as and how you wish. Then we have also in-situ flow information telemetry, or IFIT for short. This gives us real-time visibility into the network traffic flow. So with real-time visibility, it allows us for better monitoring, and by monitoring, we can intervene, we can adjust, we can customize in real time, which allows us for better performance optimization. Next is bit index, welcome. Next is bit index explicit replication, which optimizes the multicast traffic delivery, and it is crucial for applications like IPTV or online gaming. And last is application-aware IPv6 networking, which integrates application needs with network functionalities. And this also allows for better resource allocation, and the most important is improved user experience. Whatever it is that technology does, it has to be more than just academic. It has to be more than just somebody in a lab who's trying to prove a point. There has to be a reason for technology to be developed, to be improved, to be researched, and that reason is to improve the user experience. Whether you are from the academic world, whether you are from the vendor side, whether you are from the commercial industry, the goal is always to make the user experience better with whatever is being done and all the improvements that is being undertaken. So the benefits of IPv6 adoption, there are 6 key benefits which I would like to highlight today. So the 6 key benefits of IPv6 adoption include allowing for global connectivity, improving performance, enhancing security, streamlining network management, providing Internet of Things readiness, as well as providing address space expansion. So what do each of these mean? Yeah, what do each of these mean? So allow me to elaborate one by one. Basically, with the introduction of IPv6, the need for it was brought about by the problem that IPv4 were being exhausted. It was no longer a matter of if, but when, right? So many years ago, the powers that be already decided that this is something that we need to address. This is something that we need to circumvent, or this is something that we need to mitigate. And the reason for that is, with technological advancement, there are more and more devices. All of these devices require an IP address. So if you keep on depending on the old IPv6, sooner or later there will be a situation whereby you have devices but you cannot assign IP addresses to them. And so that is why IPv6 is so important. With IPv6, there is actually, we can call it almost an unlimited number of IP addresses available. Actually, there is a figure for it, and they call it something like undecillion or something, that many number of zeros. The term for it is undecillion. But for practicality purposes and for all intents and purposes, we will just call it as unlimited number of IP addresses. So you can imagine how this is important for people in the technology sector, people in the manufacturing sector, people in the telecommunication sector. They have all these devices, they have all this technology, they need to do a lot of research, they want to roll out a lot of different types of technologies. These additional unlimited IP address pool allows them to do so. Next is global connectivity. So how the internet works now is if an IPv6 based network wants to talk to an IPv4 based network, what they have to do is something called the network address translation. So that network address translation is somehow, you can imagine it as a built-in translator. So that built-in translator, the single job for that translator is to receive the data packets in a particular IP format and convert it to another format for the recipient to be able to understand and act on that data packet. So with IPv6, we are allowing for more direct end-to-end connectivity. That means instead of having to go through so many layers, so many networks, so many roundabouts, the connection can be born direct. So this creates lower latency, faster communication across the globe. And number 3 is improved performance. So the very nature or the characteristics of IPv6 itself actually gives us all these great features which are already built into the technology. So these features include simplified packet headers. These simplified packet headers allow for more efficient routing and they reduce the processing overhead. So when you have this more efficient packet routing, your data transmission will be faster and as a result, increased in overall network performance. Next is in terms of security. Just now we had the MCMC Commissioner, Mr. Derek Fernandez, touched a lot about cybersecurity, about digital sovereignty, how important it is for countries to view IP addresses as a digital asset, to view the internet ecosystem as something valuable that has to be protected, that has to be given merit, that has to be given value. So with the adoption of IPv6, you will get the benefit of getting enhanced security. Because, for example, in IPv6, there is a concept called IPsec, which is a mandatory part of the protocol itself. So this ensures that communication between devices is more secure. Number 5 is Internet of Things readiness. This actually ties back to the first point which I mentioned earlier. Not only with the sheer number of addresses available, but it is also simplifying device provisioning and management. So if we are talking about a lot of devices across a vast area which requires multiple sensors, multiple APs, then IPv6 is the way to go because it has all the features that you need to adopt such an ecosystem. And lastly is streamlined network management. So network management used to be messy with IPv4. It used to be a lot of manual work with IPv4. What IPv6 provides is a more streamlined and not to say automated, but kind of simplified and straightforward version of the network management. This includes through features like stateless address auto-configuration and also DHCP v6. So when you have a streamlined network management, there is less administrative burden. So when there's less administrative burden, you need to allocate less resources, you need to allocate less manpower, and there is less upskilling or capacity building that you have to be worried about, especially when you are in the early stages of your IPv6 rollout for your countries. This is statistics from Google, which is the IPv6 adoption across the globe. So as you can see, I think what they've come to a consensus is that the adoption is much faster than was initially anticipated. So as recent as probably about 3 days ago, it is surpassing already 45-46% of the global population adopting IPv6. And easily we can cross over the 50% threshold by the end of the year. Just a snapshot of the IPv6 adoption percentages across the world. So you can see that France, Germany are quite ahead, also India as well, and then followed by the Asian countries, Malaysia, India, Middle East like Saudi Arabia, Greece, and so on. From an economic perspective, of course, there is a separate module for the economic impact of IPv6. The economic impact of IPv6 will be covered in Module 2 of the training. But just as a brief overview or just as a rough guide, the global IPv6 market is valued at 1.26 billion in 2020, and it is expected to have a continued annual growth of over 30% year over year. In about the next 3 to 4 years, it is expected to reach a total of 8.24 billion for the global IPv6 market. Now, this is something actually a concept which Professor Suresh, the chairman of IPv6 Forum, he's been involved with IPv6 throughout his whole life. He was previously with USM, University Science of Malaysia, and he was the head of the National Advanced IPv6 Center in USM. So this is something that he holds very near and dear to his heart, which is the concept of my IP, my ID. So similar to how if we go on flights, we have passports, right? And then for respective countries, you have your own national identification cards. So he is proponing, or he is encouraging the concept of why not the IP address that you own also becomes your ID that follows you and makes you traceable and accountable with what you do online. So this is just a simple brief intro into what he feels or his vision of my IP, my ID for the world. Okay, so that is it for a brief introduction of Module 1. And I think being Module 1 also the goal of it is just to provide the overall framework, not to go into too deep. And we are actually on time because the allocated time was until 10 o'clock. Again, we will stop for a quick 1 or 2 minute, maybe water break or toilet break, and then we will proceed straight with Module 2. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, do we have everyone back? Okay. Okay. We also have Professor Suresh in case anybody has some burning questions. Prof, my IP, my ID. Okay, thank you for staying with us. We are back for module 2. So module 2 is the least technical module of all, but to me is the one of the most important modules when you are talking about regulators and governing authorities, as this forms the foundation of your plan. When you want to execute a plan, when you want to roll out something for a country, what will you think of? How much is it going to cost us? What are the benefits that we will obtain? What are the resources that we need to allocate? How much is this going to improve the services of not only government sector, but also the private sectors as well? So this is what this topic will be all about today, the economic impact of IPv6 deployment. So the contents that we are going to cover in the next 30 minutes include what are the mechanisms of impact? How does actually IPv6 impact the economy? Number 2 is measurements. What are the qualitative and quantitative impact of IPv6 globally? Number 3 is IPv6 deployment impact on different industries. Next is IPv6 deployment impact on the public sector, followed by IPv6 facilitating emerging technologies and IPv6 empowering global competitiveness. Do you guys mind if I do this while sitting down? I don't think it's a problem, right? Okay, mechanisms of impact. So there are 3 major mechanisms which have been attributed to growing an economy, or how IPv6 grows an economy. So those 3 mechanisms are by creating value, by improving efficiency, and also by enhancing security. And altogether, as recently as 2021, it has been estimated that these mechanisms contribute up to $7 trillion to the global economy. So let's go through the 3 mechanisms one by one. The first mechanism is through value creation. So value creation, it actually impacts the most in 3 areas or 3 sectors, which is 5G, IoT, as well as the cloud infrastructure. There are specific capabilities which we covered earlier that IPv6 provides that allows all 3 of these sectors to be supercharged or to be boosted. So for example, for 5G, what IPv6 provides is a multi-homing capability and also a mobility management capability. Next, for IoT, what does IPv6 provide that can supercharge the impact of IoT? It provides auto configuration feature and also anycast feature. For cloud, what does IPv6 provide? It provides unlimited address management. So all these in combination, all these come together to form a part of a larger puzzle, and that larger puzzle establishes a stronger infrastructure for the country's digital economy. And through the establishment of a strong infrastructure, it is estimated that this itself contributes about 80% of the 7 trillion we saw earlier, and this in itself creates a 5.9 trillion value chain on a global scale. Next is in terms of improved efficiency. So same like the earlier slides, IPv6 has special features which can supercharge, which can boost the features of already existing technologies or already existing items. So in this case, that technology or that particular area is in terms of networks. So IPv6 provides the removal of network address translation and also automation of IPv6 provisioning. So by these two features, it reduces processing time, it reduces operational costs, and it increases network speeds. And through these three pieces of the puzzle, this now contributes another 750 plus US dollars, 750 billion US dollars globally. Next is in terms of enhancing security. Most people look at security as an afterthought or something that is a response to an incident, or only when something happened, then only the security aspect comes in. But actually in terms of money, in terms of economy, in terms of financial considerations, enhancement of security actually saves you by reducing what are the manpower, what are the resources that you have to deploy to mitigate threats which have occurred. So if we can prevent threats from happening, every single dollar that we have spent previously mitigating those threats can now be eliminated from our budget, because we already have structures, or we already have the shield in place to prevent these kind of attacks from happening. So what are the features provided by IPv6 in terms of security capabilities? It reduces human error, it reduces system failures, and it provides better protection against malicious attacks. And like I said earlier, all these three combine to form another piece of the puzzle, which is reducing the cost required to resolve service interruptions and to implement recovery procedures. When you don't have to spend so much to resolve interruptions and to implement recovery, then all that money is actually adding to your bottom line. So it is estimated that the security aspect of IPv6 provides around USD 270 billion to the global economy. The next session will cover numbers or measurements. What are the qualitative and quantitative impact of IPv6? We can lecture, we can talk about it from sort of almost an economic or academic standpoint, but if there's no figures to show for it, then it will just be theory. It's not really something that you can measure and improve on. So touching on the qualitative and quantitative impact of IPv6, it is still, or I have still broken it down into the three impact mechanisms, which is through the value chain creation, which is similar to infrastructure of digital economy. So the first column is value chain creation. Number 2 column is improved security, and number 3 column is increased efficiency. So these are the numbers that market research and economic studies have shown how IPv6 has impacted different sectors all over the world. So you have from the information and communication sector, of course, would have the highest impact, and it is estimated as high as 5.1% of industry sales have been increased just purely from the adoption of IPv6. And you can see it is similar growth, or it is the same direction of growth across the board from other industries as well. So you have the manufacturing industry. We are now, especially Malaysia, is very much pushing on smart factories. So these smart factories need all these IP addresses in order for them to facilitate their manufacturing, their logistics, their robotics, their automation. So all of that is considered when the manufacturing sector is talked about. We also have the public services and utilities, hospitality, entertainment, transport and storage, health and social work. Just to share a little bit with the participants here today, I'm actively involved in a digital health project. Actually, it's a telehealth platform which aims to provide self-owned medical data on the cloud. So if anyone is used to going to clinics or hospitals, you are very much probably tired or annoyed with the fact that when you go to healthcare facility A, they keep your records. When you go to healthcare facility B, they keep your records. And when you go to healthcare facility C, they don't know any of your history from A or B. So you are the one who has to be the onus is upon you to take that responsibility and keep those records for yourself. So if you are anything like my parents or even Prof. Suresh to a certain extent, he keeps those records in a steel cabinet somewhere in his house. So whenever he's traveling, whenever he's out of the state, if something happens to him, it's very difficult for him to call home, ask people to find the information. They have to dig it out and then they have to take a photo or scan and send it to him. So to avoid all that, what we are doing is actually making everybody own their own medical records and it sits on the cloud. So for us to do that, we work with a lot of devices, we work with a lot of different platforms, and this is where the adoption of IPv6 across multiple industries, including healthcare, is seen, or the practicality and the benefit of it can really be seen. Same as the other industries as well, including education, professional services and finance, wholesale and retail, energy, agriculture and fishing, construction and real estate. One of the projects that we did recently was actually with the government of Mauritania. They actually recently embarked on a national IPv6 rollout. So one of the tasks that we were given is how would this impact their strong economies? So Mauritania being a North African country, so their economies were mostly tied to mining and also fisheries. So this is where we got some of this data from as well. Okay, now we move on to the impact of IPv6 deployment on different industries. Like I said, this is more or less just an elaboration of the different types of industries that was already shared earlier. First and foremost, IPv6 is itself an information and communication technology, right? So it stands to reason this is the most affected industry. So through enhancing 5G, IoT, and cloud, IPv6 empowers value creation and new innovations. Next, for agriculture and livestock, it benefits particularly the rural areas by enabling more sensors and more IoT devices to be deployed. There is now something called smart farms, where you can install a sensor on the tail of a cow, and based on the contractions, you would know when the cow is about to give birth to the calf. So you can be ready, you can minimize the delay, and you can ensure that your stock is always optimized and always healthy. In terms of fishing, similar concept, it allows for a bigger address space, it allows for connection of a larger number of devices and sensors. This allows for more efficient data collection and also communication between the operational vessels and parties in the fishing industry as well. It is roughly similar, so I will not repeat the same points, but you can sort of apply that same concept across the mining industry, the oil and natural gas industry, as well as the services industry as well. The services industry particularly is not so much so in terms of sensors and networks, but it is in terms of how much the connection can be improved and how much the network functionality can be improved. Because if you want to offer, for example, e-government services, there's no point of offering something if as soon as a certain number of people join, the system hangs or the system lags. That's not really the ideal situation. So by deploying IPv6, you can ensure that those bottlenecks don't occur. Okay. One thing that may be of interest or should be a highlight whenever governing authorities and regulators prepare a rollout or migration proposal or an improvement proposal to existing SOPs and existing protocols is how does it impact the country's public sector? Because if it has minimal impact on the public sector, then more or less you will not be able to garner the support from your government to go ahead with the rollout. So for the first one, government services and e-governance, like I mentioned earlier, these government agencies can enhance their online platforms. They can enable efficient delivery of services to all the citizens. They allow the websites and portals to handle increased traffic and provide better accessibility. Next, in terms of education and research, it enables online learning platforms and research collaborations to be applied. It leverages IPv6 to provide seamless connectivity, facilitate multiple models of education. For example, video conferencing, audio conferencing between teacher and student, and so on. Next is in terms of telecommunications and internet service providers. This is something self-explanatory. You know, when you provide IPv6, the telecommunications and ISPs will be able to continue their growth, will be able to deploy growing number of devices and also improve their connectivity. This gives better internet access and higher quality for not only businesses, governments, but also to individual citizens in the country. For transportation, with the implementation of IPv6, smart sensors and tracking devices can be applied to vehicles, to containers, to infrastructures. This improved connectivity can lead to efficient fleet management and real-time tracking, which improves the overall logistical operations. Foreign trade, telehealth and telemedicine, e-commerce and online businesses, tourism and hospitality, these are also crucial sectors in the public space, which will get a jolt, which will get a boost, which will get a supercharge from the adoption of IPv6. If you want to know, or if you see the trend of consumerism nowadays, hardly anybody goes to the mall to buy items. Going to the mall is more for hanging out, meeting friends, going for coffee. Most people are comfortable with possibly going to the mall, looking at the item, testing it probably, but then ordering it online for a cheaper price. I believe myself and most people are also in a similar boat. So if you want to enhance your e-commerce sector and you want to give better opportunity, better platform for your retailers to provide their goods, to provide their items, then definitely IPv6 adoption is a must for the country. If not, then we can actually consider that the public sector and the different industries that we're mentioning before will actually be left behind on a global scale, because you cannot compete with countries that are able to do all these. IPv6 as a standalone or by itself already has so much merit, already has so much weightage, but IPv6 in terms of being the precursor, being the instigator, being the mushroom for Super Mario, for other emerging technologies, that is something altogether a different and a whole new ball game. So just touching superficially, just touching only a little bit of the emerging technologies that can be facilitated, that can be improved with IPv6 as the anchor, with IPv6 as the anchor. Number one is in terms of artificial intelligence. Every single project, every single plan that is there in the technology sector nowadays has the word AI. Everybody wants to do AI. It's the hot new girl in your school. Everybody wants to be your friend. So with IPv6, it supports the interconnectivity of your diverse computing resources. You can create more extensive neural networks, and the amount of data set and the volume of data that you can exchange by having IPv6 adoption as opposed to without is like night and day. So when you want to implement AI technologies, it is almost 100% obligation that you use IPv6 as your foundation. Number two is in terms of Internet of Things. Internet of Things, to put it simply, is nothing but sensors collecting information and sending data to a processing unit or somewhere that analyzes the data. So with its abundance of resources, abundance of addresses, IPv6 is particularly advantageous for the concept of IoT. You can put almost an unlimited number of sensors, actuators, and smart devices without having to worry about the limitation of identifying each and every one of those sensors and devices. Next is 5G and IPv6 enhanced innovations. So things like SRv6 gives network management much more simplicity. It gives network program, it allows you to program your network, and overall it improves the efficiency of traffic engineering. When you're talking about maybe a small office, that might not be so relevant, but when you're talking about a whole ministry or a whole agency or even the entire government, then this becomes a very real practical advantage for you. So it offers scalable and versatile foundation for next generation networks. Like I said before, countries who do not implement IPv6 will be left behind because there is so much advantage, there is so much influence that IPv6 gives or has on the way you do things at the digital ecosystem. So how can countries who adopt IPv6 become and remain competitive on the global scale? Through increased number of unique addresses, it gives support for more devices and technologies. This in turn allows your citizens to create more innovation, to introduce more new technologies, more new ideas. They can promote innovation among the researching community and technologies community. Through end-to-end connectivity, it allows direct and efficient communication between devices, and this in turn allows for faster and more reliable internet services. Through IPv6 standardization, it simplifies cross-border communication. There's no more the need for network address translation. When everybody is on the same standard, this allows for global interoperability. When you have global interoperability, you can participate in international trade. Someone who knows or who feels that it's not worth it to do a deal with someone who has to use NAT, that might mean that the country is left out if they do not adopt IPv6. And lastly, in terms of security, with IPv6 having a mandatory IPsec, this provides a more secure communication framework. When it comes to security, it's about building and keeping trust among the players in the ecosystem. So when you adopt IPv6, you tell the world and you tell people who are on your digital ecosystem, I am secure. I have the mindset of if you are in my network, you do not have to be worried about cybersecurity threats and cybersecurity issues. So all of these in combination work hand in hand to enable the country to become competitive on the global scale. It will allow the country to achieve, and not only achieve, but also to sustain its competitiveness. Okay, I think that covers it for module 2, and we are also right on time. Let me just check whether the morning tea break is ready. And if you have any questions, please feel free. I believe also Professor Suresh will be more than happy to engage with the participants. Okay, thank you so much.
Just a little bit of introduction. You haven't done that yet, right? So let's go around the room. Most of you are from overseas. I think there'll be about 20 or 30% know. Can I start with you? Yeah.
My name is Paul Constantine. I'm the here. I give so that is what we call. Very good. So that I am personally. Thank you. Yeah, some other.
So the ITU Center. So you're with SN. SN Gupta. Very good. First we know our equipment, but yes.
Yes, my name is Benham. I'm Vice Chair of IPv6 Forum. I'm also with World Broadband Associations as Chair of Forum for Technology.
From Taib is from France, so if you all know French.
Yes.
Okay. This is Zhengmin. In fact, I am from the Huawei company. In fact, I also work for the standard organization, IETF. So in the past years, that's work on the IPv6 enhanced innovations. Now I'm focused on this AI and also this security, etc. Yeah, so I also take the position of the chair of the APEC IPv6 Council, and also I was elected as the Internet architect for the member. Yeah. Thanks.
Again, Dr. Robin is an old friend. He actually joined us from Beijing, not just for this. He's also vice president with Huawei Technology. So if you all want to know what the latest happening in technology with Huawei, you can see it.
Okay, I'm not the manager, I'm the engineer. Okay, if you like, I would like to have the technical discussion.
Morning, my name is Dia Utami from Indonesia.
Thank you.
Yeah, my name is Dia Utami. I'm from Indonesia, Ministry of Communication and Information. Currently, my duty is to representative of numbering telecommunication and IPv6 telecommunication IP number in Indonesia. We attend here. For person is for now the workshop about the how our country to adopt to increase adoption of IPv6 because in Indonesia adoption in IPv6 is still in 12% to 30%. That's it's to quite low, yeah. If we compare with ASEAN country, so now we want to learn about how our country can increase the implementation of adoption, especially of IPv6. Thank you for the invitation, and I think we will shop of the information and the knowledge from Mr. Sures and other colleagues. Thank you.
So Abchi has to take the
Yes.
drive of pushing more IPv6 implementation.
Actually, with other operator, we will together.
Yes. They're working on
Not
it.
only Abchi.
They're working on it.
Yes.
I think by the next 1 to 2 years, Indonesia will go easily 25% to 30%. Easily.
I mean, we need to put the ecosystem in Indonesia, and you said that 5G and cloud computing, yes, we have to make them push the IPv6. That's all we need to make industry in Indonesia from the ecosystem. Thank you.
Good.
Me? Okay, my name is Rahmat Rizky. I'm also from Indonesia. We work on the Ministry of Telecommunication and Informatics. Actually, yeah, we're here is actually trying to learn the step and the staging for Indonesia for the implementation of IPv6. We actually need to seek the step, right? Okay, so there is actually something like a trouble or a problem actually happen in Asia because the mindset of the telecommunication provider is actually not really want to implement the IPv6. So we actually seek for from the governing authorities, what is it? Vision, something like that.
Okay, thank you, Pak Rahmat. Thanks.
Hello, I'm Nazif from Telecom Malaysia. I'm as IP core strategy. Okay, so I'm in charge on the strategy planning and management of the IP core intellectual. Okay, there's nothing much I want to talk, but if any question, I might answering lah.
Sure.
All right, good morning. My name is Muzammel, and I'm from Telecom Malaysia as well.
Okay.
Just a plain network engineer, and I wanted to know more about how others are doing it. Well, I think that's about it.
Okay,
Thank
very
you.
good.
My name is Sukirman, Minister Communication and Information, Head of Ecosystem Telecommunication, IoT and 5G and IKM, and Ecosystem Telecommunication.
You're welcome.
Hello everyone, my name is Fatmawati. I'm from Ministry of Communication and Information from Indonesia too. I'm here for learning about IPv6 because my job is like writing about market review of telecommunication industry in Indonesia. So I hope I can get so much information and learning about IPv6 more. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Melissa Kamaruzaman. We are both basically from the Malaysian Communications and Multimedia Malaysia, MCMC. So we are responsible for matters related to electronic addresses in Malaysia. Thank you.
Hello, good morning everyone. My name is Nurhazira Kamaruddin. Just as per my colleague say, we are responsible in overseeing the electronic addressing and also the numbering management in Malaysia. Yeah, that's it. Looking forward for today's workshop.
Sure.
Assalamualaikum, a very good morning, everyone. I'm Zul Fazli, local, not from overseas. I'm from Ministry of Communications Malaysia. Right now I'm working regarding infrastructure and internet services. So I'm coming here to know more how IPv6 adoption can be regulated and governing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, hi. My name is Faizal. I'm the same ministry as him, Ministry of Communication, only different department. I'm from Information Management Division. Okay, so I'm looking forward for learning from this course. Hello, everybody. My name is Bak. I come from Vietnam. I came to this workshop to experience with IPv6 because I work in DNF and monitoring system and stack IPv6 before. Yeah, thank you.
So Vietnam, the government has now mandated 80% IPv6 by next year. So they're moving very strongly for IPv6 as well.
Yeah, good morning. I'm Surisak Pomasen from Lao National Internet Center, Ministry of Technology and Communication, Laos. So my work is quite technical. I work in the Internet Gateway Division. We do manage the IX for Laos and also IIG in Internet International Internet Gateway. And also I come here to learn about IPv6. and also to get the information, to get the experience from you how to adoption the IPv6, and also we planning to do the strategy development and IPv6 development strategy in Laos. Yeah. Thank you.
Hi, hello everyone. Sai Song Wang, also from the Ministry of Technology and Communications of Laos, and same department, the Lao National Internet Center or LANIC, and Mr. Sulisak has mentioned it all. We are like in the planning stage for IPv6 development and deployment, also adoptions. We have been discussing internally about the strategies, the master plan, and things like a legal framework and stuff like that. And this workshop may be the materials looking from the agenda answers some of our questions. That's why we are here. Yeah, thank you.
Very good. So interesting, we have not had earlier participation from Laos. So now Laos has started coming. I met your boss in Hanoi last week. So, and he was happy to learn about this workshop. So it's good. This workshop really, towards the end, you will know how to create a strategic roadmap for your country. Then those for organizations, use the same style, but for a smaller scale. That's all, right? So mainly, as you know, the title is for governments and regulators. So we are actually focusing at the country level. How do you create a strategic roadmap for the country moving forward? But those of you involved at the ISP, only 2 of you really, you can look at it at a smaller level. We have something called for IPv6 strategic planning for organizations. So that's a separate document. I'll work with the 2 of you on it. Okay. If you all have any questions again during the workshop, please just raise your hands and ask us. Nothing to feel shy about. In the meantime, I think food is here. So we have coffee break outside. So please help yourselves.
Thank you very much, Professor Suresh. We'll take a short 30-minute break. I think we will convene by about 11:15, 11:15, yeah, 11:15. Please go ahead. We have some nice food for the coffee break. Okay, thank you. Give me the word. Yeah, maybe. I will give you. Yes. Okay. Yes. Yes.
share this. Slide down.
Actually, next week there was a plan. You want to try for Jana, jalan-jalan lah, kembang-kembang. Dari Padang. Dari Padang. What is the stage of completion?
New Prabowo and new president.
Cepat-cepat berjumpa. Makan lagi.
Okay. Yeah, yeah. Work assignment. Okay. Okay.
Where are you staying? Which hotel or which place? Far from here? Oh, not so far. You took Grab. Tonight you will join us for dinner. You want to have something? You have something else? So, what are the this happens? Yeah. What's the this? Oh, I'm thinking about this time. What? Yeah. It's really good. I was ready to change. Projects that actually use one to. This is related, but let me make it center first. Yeah, it's the same.
Ready? Yeah.
Okay, everyone, we welcome you back. We will begin in about 2 to 3 minutes. Hopefully you had a good morning break. Hopefully not too sleepy and not too full, because we will have better and more food for lunch in about 1 hour, 1.5 hours from now. And then after that, in the evening also, another tea break. That's the Malaysian style. Same like Indonesia, yes. Okay. Okay, welcome back. We will resume our session with Module 3. But before we begin, allow me to introduce our next speaker. So our speaker is Dr. Muhammad El Nur Abdul Hafiz. He's an IPv6 expert. He's also head of the Global IPv6 Forum Education Logo Program. He has executed the roles of network and security engineer, as well as systems administrator, infrastructure engineer, project manager, and trainer throughout his time in the ICT industry and academia as well. He has been in charge of developing and delivering courses in network and information security in IPv6, IoT, and DNS during his career. He has led a number of projects that implement security systems and standards in network operators, as well as organizations that include RPKI, IPv6 deployment, DNSSEC as DNSSEC for a CCTLD, country level, top level domain. He has also published research papers on TLS 1.3 performance and security, and he has recently just graduated with a PhD from the Malaysia University of Science and Technology. So without further ado, I would like to pass the session to Dr. Hafiz. Please give him a round of applause.
Thank you. So in this session, I will try my best to make it technical that can be understood to everyone. So this session will mainly focuses in the assessment which is supposed to be conducted before IPv6 deployment. So, and the significance here of this session or of this stage actually in the IPv6 deployment will give the decision makers enough information to evaluate for how much they need to allocate efforts, allocate budget to deploy IPv6. Yeah, what you can hear me? Okay. So I will be talking about the migration phases based on the IPv6 forum, and I will be also looking at the readiness key indicators for IPv6, and also what are the tools that can be used to check the IPv6 readiness, and we will be also mentioning the IPv6 ready.org and also we'll show some examples or some real scenario on how to conduct the readiness assessment. Alongside with some brief introduction about the implementation and strategy framework by Dr. Nava in the upcoming session will be focuses mainly on that. So yeah, so based on the IPv6 forum, the stages towards IPv6 migration can be consistent in 4 phases mainly. Start by readiness assessment all the way until do the auditing and conformance that we have implemented IPv6 as supposed to be or according to the blend or the regulation or maybe the policy of the company or organization. The first 2 stages in more details. Yeah, the first 2 stages in more details, it gives the decision makers idea on the current status of your network and whether it support IPv6 and it support which features, because as we know, IPv6 there's a lot of features. We are going to see that. Some features, for example, required in the routers, some features required in the CBE, and other features required in your mobile phone. So the features that required in your mobile phone, not necessarily required also in routers or in the core network or the gateway network in your organization. So we need to identify which features is required, which features is optional or mandatory. And to do that, we have to go through the first stage, which is readiness assessment, is a kind of conducting, checking your existing infrastructure, checking the versions, the platforms that you have. And then followed by putting in place the framework, which transition or which migration model or mechanism that you want to adopt. Do you want to use IPv6 only? Do you want to use dual stack, and how? So let's go back to the migration phases, and the phases give you like initial test in a control environment to look at for what extent the deployment IPv6 can be done, and also to reduce the expected risk. And mainly decision makers, they're afraid of any potential risk or any potential things that can go wrong with IPv6 deployment. And also it helps also to identify and minimize the potential operation and expected outages. Probably IPv6 deployment will not cause any outages because IPv6 is totally different stack. So in the same infrastructure, you can continue to deploy IPv6 without any interruption with the existing infrastructure that uses IPv4. So there's no problems in that. Technically, we can imagine how that can be done. Also it gives us the amount of resources that we need to allocate to deploy IPv6, and also the capacity, what trainings that I need to give to my engineers, to my employees, to my staff, in order to adopt IPv6. And definitely that's all driven by the market needs, or by the companies or the organizations must find a business case to deploy IPv6. Okay, having the deployment in phases will help us to put the projects in small pieces, and then stage by stage we can look at what are the challenges and fix it. And that will reduce the risk, will reduce also the amount of efforts that need to be allocated. Okay. Yeah, that's what I've okay, we will be focusing mainly on the IPv6 readiness, and it's basically a kind of evaluation of the existing infrastructure that we have, and to review the policies and regulation, evaluate also the staff in terms of the skills, whether they have ability to run and operate an IPv6 network, and test the essential element, whether it support IPv6, and also find out or plan or give like an idea which transition mechanisms that we can adopt. And the most important thing is to identify the cost that associated with the IPv6 deployment. And I think decision makers, they look at that as an important figure to decide whether to go forward or not. And since IPv6 need to be adopted in a network, that means it's something new. That means we potentially face a kind of resistance to adopt something new into existing network. So adding to that, we are going to mention that, for example, you want to deploy IPv6, you have to allocate this much of budget. So that's make it more not so likable for decision makers. So what are the key indicators to evaluate the assessment that should need to be executed? First, it will evaluate the infrastructure readiness, that's including hardware and software, as well the management tools, address management tools. As we know, IPv6 need to have a management tool. Since automation is there, or automation is required. as well as some crucial services like DNS and DHCP, specifically DHCP version 6. And since we are going to provide connectivity on IPv6, that means the infrastructure services such as DNS need to be also running in the same stack. It won't work in a way that your network using IPv6, but your DNS running in IPv4, which means your connection will go all the way, translated somewhere to reach the services in IPv4. Then the queries will come back to your network, which is running IPv6. That will add more latency, and that can impact significantly the performance. Therefore, the services need to be also in the IPv6. Readiness assessment indicators also include checking the policy and regulation, the internal policy for the organization, and also the national, maybe the regional policy as well, and make sure that's in line with the plan, with your plan. Organization readiness, that's mainly on the softer skills, or maybe train your staff or train the engineers to handle IPv6 technically. And also we require also a kind of awareness for the decision makers to understand for what extent IPv6 is needed. And it must be implemented since there's no IPv4 and so on. And also we need to consider the operation, because right now we're adding one more stack. Think about if you are an engineer and you are executing a provision to provide internet to a customer. If you are using IPv4, all your efforts will be in one stack configuration, right? But if you are using IPv6, let's say you're adopting dual stack, that means you have to do double work, or you have to do extra work plus the existing work that you already used to do. So which means your operation plan will change, and it will adopt, you have to consider IPv6. For example, if one of your provisioning requirements is to enable anti-spoofing techniques, which means you have to do the same again in the IPv6. And that's require time, require skills, and require tools as well. Security readiness. And security readiness, that's include the policies. What are the policies that you have? And whether the existing firewalls, existing IDS, IPS can consider IPv6. That's quite also significant, and it can change the whole thing, specifically for the governments, because for governments, the security issues is quite critical. So when you say, okay, I'm going to adopt new IPv6, new protocol, but your firewall cannot recognize that particular kind of threats in IPv6 because it's not mature enough, then immediately the decision will come out, we cannot deploy it, or we should not deploy it until we have something mature in terms of executing the organization policies, security policies specifically. Yeah, that's one of the actually topics that delayed deploying IPv6, specifically for government agencies, because they're afraid of be bonds to security issues. Again, also the application readiness. Application readiness for IPv6 also need to be considered in the readiness assessment, as well the end user readiness. But right now, I think all handphones, all operating systems support IPv6. So the end users got no issues right now. All the systems available in the market, whether it is Android, iOS, Windows, Linux, Mac OS, all support IPv6 right now. Monitoring and management tools, that's maybe a technical Also, we need to adopt monitoring tools that can monitor IPv6 because IPv6 is different. It's different from IPv4. If you have already a system that monitor your IPv4, that means you have to have another system that monitor IPv6. That can.
How do you check that my device is IPv6 ready?
I will go through that, an example of how to check and what's the procedures to check. I will go through that in the slides. Okay, so these are the tools. Mainly we have the IPv6ready.org, and you can easily log into the website and find out your device list. And this device list can be your CB, can be your router, can be your layer 3 switch, can be your any kind of device that you want to check. It will be there. There's a list of device. If you didn't find your device, still you can check that. And governments normally use authorized labs, and these labs available around the world in these countries. In China, they have BII, and in Taiwan and India, they have 2 centers. Europe, they have 1, and in US, they have a university. So these are the authorized centers that can conduct the comprehensive test for IPv6 features in your devices. And they will give you the logo. They will give you the logo in your device. If you are a vendor, normally the vendors do the following. They go to testing center, test the device. The device will issue a certificate, and then you are allowed to put the logo in your device that my device is IPv6 ready. So this device can be a router, can be a switch layer 3, can be CBE, and so on. Some online tools to check and test. For example, your network connectivity. You check, for example, your website, your company website, your company email, whether it support IPv6 or no. Okay. So IPv6ready.org. If you try to, let's go. Any question? Online, do we have questions?
Can you elaborate more on
From technical. Yeah. So IPv6 got so many features. The same stack got so many features. Like for example, BGP is one of the border gateway or external protocol. Got so many IPv6 features. OSPF version 6, also version 3 got also features. And there's so many protocols like, for example, DHCP-v6 and other features. So these centers are authorized and they have the technical capabilities to test all those features and then give you certificates. But keep in mind, some governments, they require specific features. They require specific RFCs to be tested. So when you import the device, the type approval from, for example, here we have MCMC and SIRIM, they will look into the country regulation. So the country regulation listing the RFCs that need to be enabled in that particular product. So what happened? You can send the device to one of these centers. The centers will test it and give you the certificate. And it is provided as a service. Okay, so these are the centers normally, but you can build your own centers. These are the famous centers that known and governments authorize it or agree or accept the certificate that issued by these centers.
I think way to check the IPv6 compatibility in iOS devices. In iOS device, iPhone.
Exactly, you can test that. You can test that, but that's direct. in iOS? Can also. Yeah. And you can check that very easily because each operating system got a data sheet or got like a description, whether it support IPv6 and support which technique, support which feature in IPv6. And that's quite easy to check whether your phone or your device support IPv6. In the IPv6 logo.org, you can see the model and you can see also whether it support IPv6. You can search also by vendor. You can search by your model for the device. If it's being tested and listed in the website, then you can look at the associated technical details. No, IPv6ready.org. One of the websites that you can use to check your connectivity, you can go to nav6.org. You can go to IPv6 forum malaysia.my. You can go to epinic.net. All of them, once you're logged in, they will check your connection and give you your current connected IP address, what's the IP address right now you're using. So, and then you can tell whether your ISP or your mobile operator enabled IPv6 or no. Okay, similarly, you can go to nav6.org and
yeah. So that's the address.
okay. So when you access the website, you will be using your public IP address, right? You access anything available on internet, you will be using the IP address. The website can simply capture your IP and illustrate it in the front page. That's what we have done. Just capture your IP and illustrate in the front page. And then IPv6 is a default protocol. If your connection has IPv6, it will be used as default. Although you have IPv4. Let's say you are connected to, for example, you are using any of the operators and the operators give you dual stack, IPv6 and IPv4. If you are accessing a website that IPv6 ready, your mobile automatically use IPv6 as default. If it is not, then it will fall back to IPv4. Yeah.
Thank you, Hafiz. See, last slide ready, right, just now? Almost. Okay, so some of the issues we are having, especially in Malaysia. Malaysia, the ISPs are all mostly IPv6. Lagging is Telecom Malaysia. All the other ISPs are actually ahead of you all in terms of IPv6. But the biggest setback is organizations. All. So like you see here, Hafiz went to the website, yet the IP address is a IPv4 address. Why? This organization here is still using IPv4 network. But if you check your mobile phone, it's all IPv6. If you go to this website using your mobile phone, it'll be IPv6 because all our mobile operators have already switched to IPv6. Right? So very simple. To know what it is, just take your mobile phone and then go to this website, right? IPv6forummalaysia.my. And it'll show you the IP address. Okay? So our challenge now in Malaysia is ISPs should okay, all okay. Organizations, getting the companies, the governments, the organizations' internal networks to move to IPv6. Content operators also. Some not websites, not so bad, but inside their network, in their organization. That's because your Wi-Fi is on. If you turn off your Wi-Fi and you use the ISP network, then you have to have a SIM card. You have to have roaming. So don't turn on roaming, then you get roaming charges. So if you have roaming, then you can try it, right? So our challenge now is internal organizations. This so to let you know. So, but generally for countries, when you're planning your migration, countries, you only look mostly at ISPs. Don't worry about internal organizations yet. Like Indonesia, you're at about 15, 16%. You look at ISPs first. No, that's still a V4 address.
I've switched off the Wi-Fi.
Ah, then your mobile operator is a V4. He's giving you a V4 address.
So I have taken eSIM.
eSIM. Check it out. It's a different address. So this is your mobile operator still using a V4. It's still IPv4. Right? You have to check that out. Yeah. We need to, I'll have to find out who is, or if Airtel itself is providing it roaming from there. We have to check. Afterwards, we'll check it out for you. Okay. Okay. I'll pass it back to Hafiz and then we'll discuss more on the technical details after this. Hafiz?
Okay. Thank you. Okay, let's get back to our slides. Okay, let's see some examples of how to conduct an assessment. And by the way, how to conduct the assessment, it depends on how you want to manage it. It's like a project, how to manage your project. So this is the main 8 points on how to conduct an assessment. You can add and remove, or you can split the same points into many points. It depends on your use case. So let's start with the first one. Place the updated network diagram. And that's quite important because you will decide which topology you want to use. It can be the same physical connectivity, but the logical topology, the IB layer, it could be something different. So you have to have the updated network diagram to understand exactly what and where you have to enable IPv6, in which interfaces, in which part of the network. And you can do it also partially. For example, some ISPs or some network operators, they prefer to start with the core network or with the gateway. They advertise first the IP addresses in the BGP, then go to the gateway, which is normally ISIS or OSPF, and then go to the aggregation or to the access layer, edge and access layer. So they can do it in stages. First, you have to get the first updated diagram. List all the device and put it in an auditing sheet or in a list of whatever you want to use. Use Excel sheet or use Word, whatever. But you have to list down all the devices and use your own internal device naming methodology, whatever you are using. But the most important is to identify the device type, operating system, and the version. Sometimes you have the same hardware, but the same hardware can run different operating systems. Different operating systems can support IPv6 or cannot support IPv6. It depends, right? Like routers. You can have the same hardware, but once you change the operating system, you can get IPv6 enabled, or if you buy a license, you can enable IPv6. And that also depends on how the vendors deliver the services. Sometimes you buy a router, the vendors will tell you, confirm 100% the router is IPv6 ready. But when you turn it on, it won't be ready, which means you have to go back to the vendor and buy a license. So you have to consider that. Okay, identify the required IPv6 features, and that's quite important. Sometimes, let's say you have a gateway router. In a gateway router, not necessarily you have, for example, it is important to have BGP, OSPF, ISIS. But in the CBE, you don't need to have ISIS, OSPF, right? And so on. So you have to identify which features is required in that particular device and whether the requirements is mandatory or optional. Okay? And that's organization need to follow the internal policies if they have policies, or they have to follow national policies if they have policies. Otherwise, they can follow the best practice. They can find the best practice very easily from the RIRs or from the relevant organization or community, internet community. Identify the required features status, whether it is mandatory or optional, and it depends on the use case. That's, for example, if you're not using dual stack, using IPv6 only, that means you have to focus mainly on IPv6 only features, like, like NAT64 and so on. Identify the operating system versions that's mentioned earlier, and then research whether these features is supported. And this research can be in the vendor documents, like datasheet, or you can check in the IPv6ready.org website, because IPv6ready.org already tested the devices and already listed which features are enabled or which features exist there. So what is the conclusion? The conclusion, it will be either your device is IPv6 ready, or your device need a software upgrade, or you need a hardware upgrade, or you need software and hardware upgrade. The last option is need to be replaced. That means it's really legacy device that cannot be upgraded to support IPv6, cannot be upgrade the software or hardware to support IPv6. Therefore, you have to totally replace it, right? So these are the conclusion. We have only 5 options to take a decision, a proper decision for every single device that you have in your network. Okay, so let's look at these points very fast, one by one. Get the updated diagram and identify the segments in your network. If you have documentation, very old documentation, you need to update the documentation. And the issues normally here, the common issues here, that each segment of the network belongs to a different department. Always. For example, gateway belong only to gateway team, although they are from the same, they're doing the same work, or they have the same skills, but they're aware about the connectivity, aware about how the topology look like, the logical topology look like. So they have to update that particular part of the network and so on. So which means in order to have a recent and updated diagram, and if your network is big, you need to have really good coordination with your teams to get the recent updated information. And this information need to be correct. It should not be wrong, it should be correct, 100% correct. So networks can be like data centers, can be exchange points, mobile operators, and it can be as well government agency network. Okay, so list the devices, and this is an example of how to list the device. For example, we have a firewall, Juniper, this is the version, and list all the devices that you have. This is an example that we have conducted sometimes last year for a network. And once you have listed all the devices, it can be very easily for you to track, for example, whether this version, this operating system, does it support IPv6 or no. You can easily get that. From where? From the vendor datasheet, first step, or you can check IPv6ready.org. Otherwise, you can send the device, or you can ask the vendor to test the device and give you the certificate. Okay? And to avoid these things, definitely, we need to adopt a different procurement procedure to include IPv6. So whenever you request any router, you need to put in place, this router need to be supporting blah, 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 and so on. Okay. As I mentioned, network diagram can be, segmenting the network, identify which segment of the network need to be updated. Well, this is the full set of the IPv6 features. This is the full set of the IPv6 features based on the device type. For example, routers. If you said, I need IPv6 ready in my router, which feature actually do you looking for? There's so many features in IPv6. It is not enough to say this router is IPv6 ready. It's not enough. It's so generic. So we need to identify which feature is required. Okay, look at the router only as a main device in the network. So many features. Edge router focuses mainly on the edge features like PPOE, like support DNS 6.4 and other features that are suitable for IPv6 only deployment model, right? So when we mention this router or that device is IPv6 ready, it is really general term. We need to identify what features. This is for technical. For non-technical, you can just say my network is IPv6 ready, that's all. Yeah, so for the CBEs, these are the CBE required. Even for load balancers, we need some features. We need to, if you buying any load balancer, you need to make sure that load balancer can do IPv6 client to IPv6 servers, IPv6 client to IPv4 servers, and so on. So these are the scenarios, and so on. Host and servers, mainly we're looking for Slack for auto configuration, or maybe DHCP-v6 or manual. You can configure it manual, right? So this is the features listed, and this is an example of an evaluation. We have a router here, a gateway router, and it exists in the WAN edge. The type is Cisco. This is the version. We are looking for this BGP, which is the main features in BGP. And it is mandatory. Why it's mandatory? Because the router exists in the gateway. Then, what is the condition? What is the conclusion right now? Is it ready based on your research? Or is it requiring any kind of upgrade, replacement, and so on? Right? So think about having this sheet for your all devices. You can easily identify how many devices need to be replaced, how many devices need a software upgrade, and how many devices need hardware upgrade or both. Then accordingly, you can allocate an optimum budget because you can easily contact your vendor saying that, okay, I want to buy this license, how much it costs me. You can easily find out how much technically it will cost you, plus the operation, planning, time, and manpower. Right? So this is an example of identify the required IPv6 features, identify also the versions, then accordingly looking for, identify whether it is IPv6 ready or need any kind of upgrade. Yeah, if you want to research, this is the website, IPv6 ready logo. You can list based on the classification, whether it is router or host, whatever, server. And then you can also look at the device based on vendor type. You're looking for Huawei, Cisco, ZTE, and so on. Then it will list for you all vendor device that has been tested and published in the website. Right? That's how to do some research, very simple research on that. Well, so the conclusion will be something like this. You have 50% of devices, for example, IPv6 ready. This is just an example. And you have, for example, 20% of your devices that you have checked required software upgrade, or you have another 10% require hardware upgrade, and you have, for example, 10% require to be replaced totally. So when you have that conclusion, you will be able to allocate the required budget for IPv6 deployment requirements, right? Since you have all the device, you have the cost, identify what you want, what you need to deploy IPv6. Definitely you can easily find out how to make these things in place. Any questions or?
It means we cannot say totally that it's IPv6 ready because maybe 50% you say that, 50%, 7% things are there. The specification you have shown on your slides. So all the things may not be there in the system. Some of them will be there, right?
Normally, we conduct the assessment in the devices that involved in IPv6. Your network, you may have other devices, not necessarily IPv6 ready, right? But we, for example, operators, they focus mainly on the service network, not necessarily the management network, because management network is hidden, not necessarily support IPv6 because using private IP address. So for IPv6, they list out the devices that required to have IPv6 ready in it in order to deliver the service to your customers on IPv6. So by listing that devices, for example, the new ISPs always IPv6 ready. Why? Because the recent devices is IPv6 ready by default, mainly. Yeah.
I think by default.
By default, yes, by default. But some advanced features you may need to, some features you need to pay a license. You have to buy it. It is there, but you have to buy it. Yeah.
Is there any timeline that by which, how many years, within how many years the transition is to be completed from version 4 to version 6?
I
Set by government or regulators?
I don't have idea, but maybe
Another 5 years?
yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe Mr. Latif, Mr. Tayyip can answer that from IPv6 forum point of view. When we expect.
Is there a timeline that within this time period, maybe 5 years or 10 years, the migration from version 4 to version 6 should be complete?
In principle, when you buy
As for example,
equipment, yes, in France, when we buy equipment, it must embed IPv6 capabilities and features. And for transition process, you have to wait the end of the life of your device if it's not IPv6 enabled. And then when you're replaced, you have an IPv6 ready devices so that you have not to invest. There is no extra cost, no license assessed with. It is embedded and designed. That is the process that we are running in France.
There's no time frame assigned. Yeah, I can guess that in how many years it will be transited.
No, there is no time. There is no time. No. Yeah. You look at the planning of your network in terms of migration and transition, and you look at you look at the lifetime of your devices, and then you decide.
I wanted to add some point. In fact, this is because I visit many countries and operators, because I think the different countries, because there's the different situation, because some these the countries, the government is powerful, but for some this government, so there is just this limited responsibility Yeah, but the reference is from China. China, because the infrastructure is very important, and also this the government that they will make the plan so that they have the 3 years the action plan or 5 years action plan, so that they will make the KPIs. The KPI will be implemented. That is be in the 5 years. For example, that's the mobile, the IPv6 traffic must achieve the 50%. The fixed, maybe that's is achieve this 30%, like this way. Yeah, because you know that's for the mobile, that is easy to be migrated, but you know for the fixed is a little hard, so that take much effort. Yeah, oh yeah, so that like this way. And then this is from this the 2025. So that's either from the 2025 and to the 2030. So that's the objective is the IPv6 only. That is to try to, that is remove this, the IPv4, because you know there's always the IPv4 and the IPv6 dual stack. There's the complexity, and also this is a more challenge, so that it can simplify it to the IPv6 only, so that it can reduce the complexity.
During the transition, during the migration process,
Yeah.
basically backward compatibility.
Yeah. Yeah.
You can expect that most of the migration is complete.
Yeah. Definitely, because you know for the IP network, the most important is the compatibility. Yeah, but you know that is just like this one, because our this network is converged. Convergent means for the core network, so that's limited. Maybe migrated to the IPv6 only. That's easily. So then this is maybe some this edge network, so that take more time. But you then this is the application, then maybe huge number of. But you know that is step by step from this the core network to the edge network, then to the application. But at last, but remain some this the IPv4 applications. But this IPv4 applications, you can say that is just seems as a service of the IPv6 network. Just like today, maybe that's a network is the IPv4. IPv6 is a service for the IPv4 network. But after the migration, that's you change the IPv6 is the infrastructure. IPv4 is just is limited. That's the application. Yeah. So that's is make such the plan. So I take this for the reference, because if that's the government has this more power, or at least has more power, can affect some this the industry, such like the government network or the finance network or this energy network. So I think that's can take some this the migrate plan or some this the KPI. Yeah, to that one. Okay, welcome. Okay.
There's a discussion in the chat room, saying that I don't think there's a sunset date for IPv4. I think in the IETF mailing list, they have discussed the end of life for IPv4, but there's no date yet, but it's been discussed.
There's no more support. From what I understand, there is no more application support. So today, if you develop something, if you develop a particular application and it's only v4, then IETF will not help to support to test it or anything like that. If it is IPv4, IPv6, the IPv6 part they will test, like security testing. So you want to do security testing for whatever reason, if IETF is involved in it, they will do it if it's IPv6 part. Because how to keep supporting two things? You increase your support force by a very large group. So the focus is now only V6. V4 you can do, they're not saying don't do. But you do at your own, you do it. Yeah. So we are not going to support it. You can do it, you can use it, it will work. But if something goes wrong, don't blame us. But IPv6, IETF, if something goes wrong, you can go to IETF and IETF will help you. Right? In terms of routing or whatever something happens, which it shouldn't happen, we can go back and refer to IETF. Am I right, Robin?
Yeah, I totally agree with this one. I think Suresh mentioned a very important point because in fact the IPv6 migration is a co-work of this all parties. Yeah, because he mentioned that the most important party is the standard organization because the IETF. Just like this mentioned, because this afternoon I will introduce the IPv6 enhanced. Yeah, because you know that's the IPv6 enhanced, you can say that this is the new application or the new network services. So this is the new network services is only developed and standardized based on the IPv6. That means there's no that's the IPv4. Yeah, so this is just standard organization is also to avoid repeated effort in the industry. So now that's if you can see that's more value from this the IPv6 based innovations. So that's maybe that's in the future they want to introduce this new feature. They must migrate to IPv6. Yeah, so like this one. Yeah, okay.
Thanks, Robin.
Thank you. So let's proceed. As a consideration, technical consideration, when you want to deploy IPv6, you need to look at the current, because you probably are going to use the existing infrastructure to deploy IPv6. So you need to look at whether your resource is consumed in terms of CPU, memory, and your links, whether your links is saturated or no, because you are going to enable another stack in the existing network or in the existing device, right? So you need to look at CPU consumption in your devices, whether it is not exceeding certain point. So if you enabled another stack, let's say you are using it for OSPF version 2, but when you adopted IPv6, you have to use OSPF version 3, right? So you'll be having two processes in the same router, which means you have to consider for the existing device, how much CPU do you consume right now or use right now? Then you decide whether to upgrade hardware, and this upgrade will not be to support IPv6, but to support the capability, the device capability. That includes CPU, memory, and average bandwidth utilization to avoid bottleneck, bad quality of service that will be impacted in your customer experience. Okay. Other things need to be considered also, because the concept of router, switch layer 3 with SDN and NFV is quite become different right now. So the features can be just a software. The router itself can be a container, can be a Docker container for those who have idea what's the Dockerization. Therefore, supporting IPv6 features can be a little bit different, right? So need to consider that. Also, for technical features, IPv6 support programmability, as it's going to be mentioned also in the upcoming sessions. And since it has extension header and other features. Challenges. What are the challenges to conduct the readiness assessment? The old devices, legacy devices, but running or used for critical services. Let's say you have a legacy device that you want to replace it or you want to upgrade it, but it's used for critical devices. Again, lack of expertise. That's also one of the challenges because you need expertise to understand IPv6 and adopt IPv6 and deploy, plan the project, and so on. Security gaps, and that's one of the major problems, as I mentioned earlier. But right now, I think most of the security systems now support IPv6, and it can detect most of the threats that can run in IPv6 and IPv4 at the same time. Definitely, IPv6 itself came out with some security challenges, but we need to look whether your existing security systems, including firewall, IDS, IPS, DPIs, whatever, whether it can handle that security issues that can happen due to IPv6 deployment. Application compatibility, and that's quite important as well, specifically for core infrastructure services like DNS, for example, or DHCP v6 for ISPs who use DHCP to allocate IPv6, and budget constraint and time management, and that's normal. That's normal for any other project, not necessarily IPv6 specifically. This is mainly the challenges, expected challenges for IPv6, conducting the IPv6 readiness. Any questions?
Thank you, Sir Noel, for the presentation. Actually, I am going to ask about the security of IPv6. On our government, there is a National Cyber and Crypto Agency. It's a ministry, something like that, in the government. So, in our government report, there is actually an interesting data that we collect. There is an anomaly attack or malicious, suspicious attack from many things. But the government is actually can collect the data and divide the attack from. But when we see the data exactly, 50% of the attack is actually to the IPv6, and the 50% is to the IPv4 for the security things. So it's actually hard for us on the government side to convince the people in our country, as the fact of the malicious attack and suspicious attack or anomaly is actually happening in IPv6, as we know that actually on the presentation before that we see IPv6 have a lot more better security or something. So how can we actually manage to convince the people about that? Or maybe, how to, maybe just like that first. Maybe we can.
Yeah, thank you. That's actually a big question. Definitely, the country will be having policy or regulation to and suggest some what do you call it, guidelines for operators and main stakeholders to avoid the problem. Yeah, IPv6, yes, they have some security issues. These are new, different from the IPv4, but it doesn't mean it is unsecure and need to be and we should not deploy it. No, we can deploy it. And whatever challenges you are facing in IPv6, also you are facing also in IPv4, right? That's what people need to understand, that the security issue is not necessarily because of IPv6. We always discover there's always the new 0 days vulnerabilities. There's always new abuse type of attacks, attacking different type of protocols, not necessarily IPv6. So whatever IPv6 facing right now is also faced by another protocols. That's fundamental. Yeah. Yes. IPv6 also introduced some security features that does not exist in IPv4. Not only bringing some weaknesses or vulnerabilities, but also introduce some security features. If you use the extension header, you can do a lot to provide and achieve a different level of privacy. Therefore, this kind of discussion I think need to be discussed in a bigger, with the region, because this is not only facing only one government. You need to be these things need to be discussed in the region, and look at what's the best practices. Fortunately, there's few initiatives. I'm going to talk about it right now. For network mainly, and specifically for DNS, since the internet consists of IB, which is numbering, and naming, which is the DNS. There's quite a number of initiatives by the main players in the internet that can help to mitigate the security risk due to IPv6 deployment or any other deployment. I'm going to discuss it right now. Any input from the audience?
Oh, maybe another question for the further. I mean, like, as a regulatory from Indonesia, I really want to know if the Malaysian or maybe from the Vietnam law or China or France, maybe, are they having like, training their expertise from security on the internet provider, or maybe any telecommunication market to, I mean, like, to train them that the IPv6 is actually have much more secure things, and train them something like that.
So in Malaysia, MCMC handles training, and MCMC has an academy, and they have priority areas. So for this year, for example, cybersecurity is one of the priority areas. And so they have conducted training. When MCMC conducts training, it's mainly for the ISPs and what they call the licensees. So the members who are licensed by MCMC will attend such training. Usually it is free or subsidized for them. And then ISPs also invite trainers and have their own trainings. So sometimes some of the trainings is not through MCMC, but the ISP says, okay, my engineers need to learn advanced IPv6 security training. So they then hire the trainers to come in and train. They usually contact the forum. Then we will recommend people that can go and do the training for them. So it's both individual and by government effort.
Is the MCMC is from Malaysia only, or it's open wild? It's Kominfo.
So
Oh,
yes, sama macam Kominfo lah. So it's really only, it's a regulator for the country.
So the government itself.
Yes. So when we want to do international, then organizations like us take over.
I see.
So then we will run the same workshop, but we can open to international participants.
All right. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
I want to add one point is that one. I mean, so not only this, the IPv6 security needs a training, even for the IPv4, we still need much training. Because, the security, I think that is a very challenging issue. And also that is also developed with time. Yeah, because, for example, even without IPv6, even for IPv4, the several years ago, AI is not popular. But today, AI is popular. But, the hacks, they may use the AI for the produce that's new security issues. Yeah, and also there's several years ago, there's the quantum. I mean, the quantum network. But now they are talking about this, the quantum computing and the quantum networks. Yeah, so I mean, so this in fact in China, I also that's in many countries. I mean, so the cyber security always a very important topic. Yeah, I think that's we not only this is I mean, so this is specific the IPv6 security training, but also that's even for the normal IPv4. That's they also need some the enhance the awareness of this the new that's the attack, that's the new this cyber security issues and how to avoid it. Yeah, so this is very important. The second point, I mean, so for the IPv6 security, I think definitely just like this presenter mentioned, that we have such this training. But on the other hand, so that we also, because of the IPv6, we can introduce some of these the new measures and to help to prevent the cybersecurity issues. Yeah, so that's we afternoon we can introduce something, and also that's we also this in industry we are working on it. Yeah, but just like mentioned, because this for such these measures we must use IPv6 because the standard organization already avoid IPv4 for these new innovations. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you. Todd? Okay. Thank you. So let's continue. So implementation and strategy framework, it consists of decide which deployment model that need to be in place by the organization, and then accordingly we will look at readiness in that from that angle, because some features required, it depends on the use case, depends on your deployment use case. The most important things that need to be considered is security, and it's mentioned here as well for the IB layer, and there's quite a number of features that need to be considered as well in IPv6 alongside with IPv4, such as anti-spoofing, RPKIs, and also follow the BGP best practices is well known. Again, also DHCPv6 and put in place how to protect DHCPv6 and DNS since it is major infrastructure. There's two global initiatives around the world right now. The first one focuses in the IB layer or network. It's called Mutually Agreed Norms for Routing Security. It is handled by the ISOC, Internet Society. And kindness, which is knowledge sharing and instanting norms for DNS and naming security. And this is handled by the ICANN. These two initiatives, it's sharing the best practices to secure the IB layer or the network, as well the DNS. And kindness actually, it by default require manners, because the DNS is a service running on a network. So by default require a network that with anti-spoofing in place, with RBKI in place, and other features, other security features that need to be in place in the network. This is two initiatives, and joining the initiatives is free, and they give you full support, and they have training available on the internet, and you can request training if you wish for your organization. Okay, nothing much. The scope for the implementation, I think Dr. Nava later will focus on that mainly, identify which segment of the network need to be considered first, and then stage by stage. Okay, thank you. Any questions?
You huh?
After lunch.
After lunch. We do it after lunch. Oh. Last night it was just. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Depot. Okay. Okay. Sorry. My name is Dr. Navanitha. You can call me Nava. Okay. So I supposed to start this session with Hafiz on this. Okay. Nice to meet all of you. I see some of the faces here. I think some from overseas. Okay. Right. I think Hafiz has shared with you the strategy and the framework. So
based on some of the experience that we have, okay, so I was involved in this exercise of IPv6 quite long, right? So we have a lot of experience of doing this in Malaysia as well regionally and globally, right? So one of the key focus that he was talking about is strategy and framework. That focus is very much the prior to make this implementation, you have to look at the assessment part, right? So are you familiar with the assessment? That Hafiz, you share the assessment component, isn't it? So any question that you have an assessment? Anything you are not clear that you want to understand? Okay, I have done quite a number of assessment as assessing the network, both locally, couple of organizations, which I can't name it, but we have a quite extensive experience of assessment. So before you want to decide, obviously now we are in 2024, right? So by 2025, US government says there's no more IPv4. There'll be US, yeah, 2025. Hi, Tai. Right. So it's normal. And China was, I think, Liu, and as far as the country is concerned, there's a clear direction. By 2030, there's no more IPv4. I mean, this is a time period. In fact, starting now, everything is you have to pay if you want IPv4, right? Recently, AWS announced it. You have 20 China's direction, total, no IPv4 at all. I mean, the whole thing. This is the target they're looking at. Because when we started this question of IPv6 way back in 20s, 2010 and all this thing, every time people go, we ask, hey, yeah, this is not like Y2K where you have to cut off and move. Even that problem doesn't happen. So when it comes to IPv6, when we're going to go totally IPv6? So this is $1 million question at that time, right? We do not know. To be honest, there's no answer for that, but as what the government make a decision now, like 2025 to 2030, I think everyone will start following because now the manufacturers are stopping support for IPv4. And the major chunk of this thing is the cost. Would you want to spend twice to migrate your solution? Still, if you still want to keep running IPv4, do you want to pay for the cost? Just imagine you have a legacy systems and you want to continue legacy system. Do you know the cost to maintain the legacy system is more than the current new systems? I think you can go back. I can relate this to some of the networking equipment. I think all of you know hub, correct or not? All right. Can we find hub now? Yeah, you can. Unless you want to get from junkyard or somewhere. But those days, when switches were there, were so costly, hubs were cheaper. But now hub is expensive then. So if you really want it, because sometimes when you do network monitoring, we use sniffers and so on. Sometimes we're using hub technology to do that. We is there. Of course, the switches come, the port mirroring. So this is the scenario. So the cost is the biggest headache. So we have to move to IPv6 and no longer talking about IP dual stack. Now everyone talking about native. Because if you're going dual stack, you need to still maintain. Like Malaysia, we had the direction in 2015 from the government, MCFC, like Malaysian state. We have official saying dual stack, you have to go dual stack. That's 2015. But after that, we also don't have the clear direction yet. I mean, of course, across the board, we have to go to IPv6. So very important. So when you are thinking of migrating, if I talk 10 years back, I will talk about dual stack. Now I'll talk about native. How do I deploy native? While we are doing some work in Mauritania, recently we've been doing some work consulting a Mauritanian government going to IPv6. we were checking which country within Africa, because we need to compare Africa, that have IPv6. To surprise, do you know which country or not? Anyone get a guess? Who are the top user? I mean, we know countries like South Africa, been developed countries and so on. But the country that fully IPv6, or one of the top utilization IPv6 was a country called Gabon. Gabon, Gabon, Gabon. Right? In Africa, and this question, of course, this morning I had a little chat with, because I'm with MMU, which is part of the TM company. We had some chatting, some of the people just came in this morning. So the same thing, same story. They also surprised. Then they asked the question, how come Gabon, not even America for that matter, 100%, whatever the percentage of utilization, in Africa is Gabon. Why? Huh? Very good question. Anybody can answer this question or not?
The question?
The question is, how can Gabon be a country that nobody knows, like Timbuktu, we call it, Africa, this country became IPv6 ready and highest utilization of IPv6. Any guess? Sorry, you're from Malaysia? Are you from Malaysia? Indonesia, right? So, any guess? What is the utilization of IPv6 in your country? How much your IPv6 utilization? 12%. 7%, is it? 12. 12.5. What about you? From which country? Malaysia. And do you know how much our utilization here? Not sure. 61%. Yeah. Most of our IPv6 traffic. And we are one of the leaders in Asia in that sense. I mean, leaders in Southeast Asia. It could be in the world. Right? Surprising, correct or not? But the question is, how can Gabon can achieve? Because Malaysia, we've been going from 1G, 2G, 3G, 4G, 5G and all this thing. The answer is related to that. Any other wild guess? Anybody want a wild guess?
Yeah, we didn't have internet in the first place.
Okay? Exactly.
Yeah.
The beauty of this, see, when come technology, when you're moving from one level to another level, it requires time. It requires transition. We want to go 4G, 5G. When Gabon is a new, straight away, they not jump from 1G, 2G, 3G. Straight away, 5G.
So from the most backward, they come the most forward.
They move forward, yes, exactly. And the beauty part, Afrinic, I tell you, among the region, Afrinic have a lot of IPv4 address. Do you know that? Still available. And Afrinic was the first one, but Afrinic still got. That's why there's some cases you cut. It's a one wonderful case, maybe Prof would share. The one we're dealing with, IP addressing. But they are one of the leading region in IPv6 training. All the engineers, Afrinic is one of our, out of the IPv6 forum, global education program, they train a lot of people on IPv6. So this is interesting to look at it. So today, straight away, they just fly. And most of the African countries are going to the similar sort of scenario. It's cheaper, right? I remember I used to work for Maxis, right? Which company from? Telecom Malaysia. Oh, my company. I'm from MMU, so, okay. Same story. When we want to migrate, we always had this, until today, mobile network, all suffered. My area which I'm living, I always had this problem, always complain. Maxis, I always complain to Maxis because service is bad. You know why? Whenever this comes to this ROI comes in, you know, if I want, what is return of investment? The boss says, hey, it works. You know, for technology people, if you talk to the CFO says, hey, it works. Why do you want to change? Why want to change something's working? But they don't realize that eventually this is no longer the business of IPv4. So all the equipment that you have today, you want to change it. So that's why the cost part, which Hafiz, our later part that we will share. So to do that, we have to go to IPv6 because of this scenario. Right? So, and just to let you know, I mean, there's some of the organizations, they're already IPv6, but maybe the network is running, maybe the people doesn't aware. Because for the users doesn't care. In IPv6, whether you IPv4, IPv6, everything works, correct or not? I need internet, I don't care what, but only technical people. And technical people, end of the day, you want to buy something on internet technology. Again, now IPv6 enhanced is already in the place. Now 5G, 6G, people are talking about 6G. We're talking about performance, no more 5G. If you start talking 5G, people say, oh, the other day hey, why you're talking 5G? Now people are talking 6G. Of course, the 6G is in the process. There's a lot of solution need to be done, a lot of issue there. But 5G is proven. It's working and is providing the service. So that's why, what do you do in this thing? All the latest technology goes together with this. So it's no longer IPv6 standalone. All right? It has to go with what is current. So now, in Malaysia, as Telecom Malaysia are changing all to black box. All right? SD-WAN. Correct or not? All WAN, SD-WAN is coming up. Everything is changing slowly. So we are going into the black box scenario, SDN. We're going to do network, no more network hardware. Right? If you have a knowledge in standard hardware knowledge, you are no longer relevant. No job for you soon. Seriously. So you need to start learning SDN. You need to know about Kubernetes. You need to know about Dockers. You need to know about all these things. Because no more people want, because they don't all going softwareization. So much so, the only IP that's going to support this is IPv6, because we don't have other IP. So there's no way about it. And again, the critical part, native, no more dual stack. Because dual stack, you cannot go to softwareization. So you can see the bigger picture or not. Of course, as bosses, when you go in and you are talking to your bosses, your organizations, you have to talk about cost. Anything is cost. Okay, technology is fantastic. Whether you want 5G, 6G, 10G, whatever. But what is the cost? Because you only concern the cost. So you will have to tell them the story. So when you want to do that, of course, you need to do assessment. How far you are, where you want to go, what is your strategy? Do you want to jump straight or like Gabu? No discussion, no infrastructure straight away, all 5G, IPv6. I think Huawei have done a great job in Africa. Yeah, I go everywhere. Sorry to say that, but this is the fact of life. Who's the top provider? I went to Mauritania. I met the Huawei country manager. 70 to 80% is Huawei product. And of course, that's a fact. I'm not talking about, this is what in Africa I'm giving an example, because that's the growth region. That's where the growth region is. The others will always stagnant. So coming back to here, so this is what you have to do. You have to take in this. Are you going to go direct or are you going to, no more dual stack. Okay, don't think about dual stack. Forget about dual stack, all native. And you need to talk about SRv6. First we talk about technology. Now you need to talk about quality of service. Today, the focus is QoS, no longer just the service. Yeah, you provide 5G, but how secure is your 5G? That's what we're also talking about now. And of course, the analogy of 5G, everybody, I think you're excited about 5G, correct or not? But does it impact you? You know, 5G, let's say today, your phone, 5G phone? Not yet. So you're from where, sir?
11.
No, are you? No, which country? Oh, India. Right. So you talk about 5G, correct or not? Right? 5G for mobile.
No mobile is available for 4G.
Yes, all 5G. Yeah. My question is, okay, fine. This is something that the telco is selling, correct or not? Okay, when you get a 5G phone, you have a 5G phone, sir? Are you Malaysian? Which company?
Ministry of Communication.
Oh, Ministry of Communication. MCMC, oh, must be careful. Okay. This is something interesting that we are talking about. This is our ministry should know also. So we were doing training on 5G. Yes, we are doing training, and some of this implementation still in IPv4. I don't know where even 5G is IPv4. Huh? I don't know, ministry people might not aware. So everybody claim it's 5G. Of course, your phone got 5G. You probably running most of it IPv6 because most of the telcos automatically. I only got activated by pestering Maxis. I used a Maxis user. Pestering them, they gave me IPv6. I pester them because I train all of them, but we pester them. Why your mobile network still running on IPv4? I think 1 or 2 years back only they activated IPv6 on my mobile phone. Do you know your mobile phone running what IP? Do you know that? I don't think so many of you know. I mean, you don't care lah. You don't care lah. But there is a reason behind it, right? So when it comes to 5G, yeah, using mobile phone, running 5G. So what is the most highest, when you say 5G, what do you think of 5G? When you say 5G, what do you think? Speed, correct or not? But in your mobile phone, what is the most speed mean you're talking about hunger, that bandwidth hunger, which is the most hunger bandwidth requirement you need? For what? What application you run, sir?
YouTube.
Game? YouTube? So what is YouTube?
Video streaming.
Video streaming. Do you see any difference in 4G and 5G or not? Video streaming. Do you see any difference or not? There is a difference. Of course, there is a difference. Faster. But the difference is not obvious. Correct or not? Not obvious. 200, 300 kilobits per second, you can achieve it. Correct or not? Of course, 5G means you're talking about 20 gigabits download. I mean, this is the spec. You won't get 20 gigabits per second. Huh? Yes, about 300 meg. You get about 300 meg. But watching 300 meg on your phone, your Netflix, I watch, doesn't make any difference. Unless I have 8K TV. Lah. On your phone, what is the resolution? It doesn't care. So is 5G really impact general user? No. No impact. Correct or not? Normal mobile user, 5G with mobile user, no impact. But 5G for industry got impact. Do you understand or not? Then again, we have solutions that we have 5G, all costly solutions. In Malaysia, 75% is SME, sir. I think you are aware from the ministry. Can you afford few million investment in 5G? Cannot. So that's why we are talking about something open, standard, open platform for 5G. We call it enterprise 5G, private enterprise. And that is the real impact. So we need to have the equation, the technology, usability, then applicability. Yes, we have a private network for 5G, but we don't done it very well here yet. But this is something that we are talking now. In fact, some of our trainings, when we've been training DNB and everyone, this is another set of issues that you need to discuss. So Industry, 75% SME. But you have a solution, few million. Is the equation works or not? Doesn't work. It doesn't have an impact. It doesn't have an impact on industry. As I mentioned in 5G, on the phone, there is a difference. Yes, I agree. There's a difference, but there is no major difference. But coming to the real utilization of enterprise. So that's why so IPv6, 5G, SDN, all this goes along with it. Do you understand what I'm saying or not? This black box technology. That's why you see some of the solutions coming out, all black box. No more there's provider championing, I'm a one router. Just a router alone doesn't make any impact. That's why the Chinese were smart. This is 10 years ago when I was in China, they're all already putting in the black box. What do you want? You want CDN, content? You want firewall? Everything is in the black box. What do you want? Today, everybody have to relearn ourselves to this SDN network. So SDN with this scenario, like what Hafiz has shared with you, there is an impact. So IPv6 imminent, you have to move to IPv6 because of it's going to be native. No more talking about dual stack. Dual stack is the old buzzword. Ministry started to look at it. 2015 circular says, please be dual stack. Not relevant. You have to be fully native. So if you don't have a direction, like the US government has a direction, 2025, this is from the OMB office says, you have to move to IPv6. You keep native, not dual stack. You buy any procurement, requirement must be native. No more dual stack. So this eventually take everyone to IPv6. The problem is, those days in 2011, we talk about islanding. When you talk about IPv6 island, have you heard this word called island? Islanding, they call it. This is a terminology called islanding. This was the minister in Singapore talked about it in communication in 2011. That's what created the word. That means you are in IPv4, all of us IPv6, interconnect, same like net problem, network address translator. The minute you use net, QoS, gone. So this is where we are in the real situation to move to IPv6, and we need to make necessary steps. All right? But if you're looking at the bigger picture, it's just not technology, it's also cost. Because today, if you can offer services at the lowest cost, then you're a winner. Correct or not? Cost with the performance. So everything point back to one point. We have to move to IPv6 imminent and it's native, and we need to start looking at quality of service. Like we need to start talking about SRv6. Okay? So segment routing v6, which talks about quality of service. And this is a new thing. Of course, in Malaysia, we haven't trained much any of these people on SRv6. You know SRv4 is there. So far we are working out the training soon to launch into market. IPv6 Forum, Global Forum, has plans to roll out this SRv6 services. Now, in Malaysia, like for Prof, myself, Dr. Hafiz, myself, we are coming out technical specification to roll out IPv6 with SRv6 standards in Malaysia. So this is something that we are working on in Malaysia to come out with a standard. So every manufacturer that comes in, bring the equipment, should support SRv6. So SRv6 is something new, right? So we've been talking about IPv6 for the last 20 years. Correct or not? Okay, of course, the protocol of 1999, now 2024, almost 24 years, 20 years, we are talking. Still we are talking again. We're still doing the same thing here. So the next leap is native. So that's what we have to have in mind. So for us to do all these things has to be in place. So 10 years before, 10, 15 years before, we talk about assessment. But nowadays, every equipment support IPv6. There's no one single equipment, unless it's a native, legacy, doesn't support. So assessment, when you do assessment, we have done some recent assessment. The percentage of is 95% is IPv6. Ready, yeah? Ready, yeah? Don't get confused with ready. Do you understand the ready or not? I mean, I have the feature. Ready mean I have the feature. Right? What time? 12:30, is it? 1 o'clock. So, ready mean we have the feature. But deployable. Is it deployable or not? So we have other issues that we need to address, application issues. What about quality of service? What about security? And that's where our expertise. So my expertise, we are very in IPv6 security. That is my core area. My expertise, I teach cybersecurity subjects. So my area, research area is very much IPv6 security. I'm not even talking about IPv6. You know, the IPv6 is something global. What about the security? Today, one of the topics that we always cover, now everyone we discuss is security. How secure is, even Malaysia for that matter. We do not have much concern about security long time back. People come want to take our data, take lah, who cares? We are not. We're not so much in that. Now today, we're coming out with new laws are there. How do I prosecute people? So this is, the landscape is happening, security. So we are not only here, need to go much detail. So today we have to offer service, high speed. We have to service with latest technology because that's required. Then security has to be sure. If there's
through segment routing, you increase the security level.
Yeah, of course, quality of service increase. And it's totally a different ball game altogether. It's not using the standard scenarios. The ball game is totally different when you talk about it. So that's what we need to know. Now we are talking about this thing which is talking about. Now we have other issues like what Arpis would have covered. BGP-SAC, that's for telco. Okay. Now, in terms of rolling out, we are talking about end user, security within end user, right? Of course, when you start studying IPv6 initially, IPsec was mandatory. So then the specific RFC says IPsec is mandatory. But later part, we couldn't implement IPsec. So it became optional, right? So you can do it optional. But we have to go to the next level. So security, the quality of service is all required this. So that's why SRv6 is something really, really required now. You have to run your network with SRv6. Understand now? So that is the part. Then BGP-SAC, which always, Hafiz is the BGP guy. So we always talk about BGP-SAC, IPKI and all this thing. I don't know how many of you are exposed to this. So there's a lot of big politics behind it as well. Maybe when you're free, we can talk.
Cryptography is added in this.
Okay. Cryptography is added in here, is it? Yeah, BGP-SAC is there. When you talk about IPsec, all this comes in. Like IPsec authentication header. Now, in IPv4, you have device to do the IPVPN, IPVPN. You have to device. But in IPv6, it's part of the header. So you need to understand the header. This is we cover in IPv6. If you attend a course, specifics called IPv6 security certified from IPv6 forum. This is a certification from IPv6 Forum, certified IPv6 security. We cover so detail about security issues because today customer wants security, and it's the biggest concern because we have lately, not in Malaysia, everywhere in the world, security becoming a bigger question. Now, one interesting thing happened during the COVID, which I always share this thing. During COVID, we work from home. Correct or not? Can anybody guess what is the issue when we work from home? See, at the COVID, we cannot go to the office, correct or not? And we have to work from home. So what that element got to do with security? Can anybody think about it? What is the relationship? And it's a very important point for you to note. COVID really teaches a lot of lessons to us. What are the experience that, because this is all we have to learn from over the time because of crisis. When we face crisis, we handle crisis, we try to understand things differently. So one thing related to cybersecurity I'm talking about. What is working from home, working from office, what is the difference? Sorry? I couldn't understand the last. On the premise. On the premise. Okay. So you must be, which country you're from? Malaysia. Which company? Oh, okay. Right. Okay. Look at this scenario, very careful. And this is during COVID, the cybersecurity attacks escalated proportionally. Do you know why? People are start working from home. If you're working from office, your laptop already got security parameters, correct or not? You know, you want to access the web servers, email servers, everything secure. If your IP is not from the enterprise, you cannot come in, correct or not? Right? If you want to do, you have to do VPN. But the minute you're working from home, what happens? Your router is at home. Yes, you are actually operating from non-trusted environment. The minimum pass is your own firewall, host firewall, probably your firewall. I don't know how strong is your firewall, your PC firewall. Maybe you don't update it. How frequent updated? So during COVID, the attack escalated. A lot of big organizations in the US was hit big way. You know why? To enter their network, they go through your laptops. They attack the servers through your laptops because there wasn't a parameter to defense. Right? Just imagine this is IPv4 only. Of course, we have enough problem with IPv4 security. Now, we move to IPv6, what will happen?
Automatically, less chances of
Bigger. Yeah. You will talk about firewall. Rules are different for IPv4 and IPv6. IPv6 is a different platform altogether. It's a different language. That's why we call new internet. Latif always says this is new internet. Totally two different language. Like if I speak Tamil, you speak Malay, can we understand each other?
Yeah, hexadecimal is there.
Yeah. Hexadecimal is numbering, addressing. That's to cope. But what I'm talking about, not only hexadecimal, in terms of IP addressing, from decimal to hexadecimal, not only that. A lot more things. Right? So it needs to be addressed. So the challenges are different. Security challenges are totally different. So today, everyone pressed for security. That's why even Malaysia now, the first thing when the new government came in and the ministers start talking, we should impose cyber law. Why we have to have cyber law in Malaysia, sir? Why we need to improve cyber law? Protect citizen, okay. What else? Why? Why cybersecurity become an important topic? Suddenly, last 3-4 years, even the minister keep talking about it.
A lot of people are bringing in their data centers into Malaysia.
Okay, but not answered fully, half mark. A medical doctor can give you a good answer, man. Dr. Ashraf is medical doctor by profession. Now become IT doctor already. He passed IPv6 certification. Why? What is the reason? Do you understand my question or not? Do you get, sir? Yes. Do you understand my question? What do you? Huh? What was my question again? Sorry to ask you. Hope you understand my question correctly. Suddenly focusing on this cybersecurity.
Must be government wants that the government information should be more secure.
Yeah, I mean, in India also happens. Everywhere is happening. But Malaysia, we are very concerned. You know why? The answer is correct. Recently, Google announced 2 billion investment in Malaysia to set up data centers. So the minute you're putting data center, mean what do you need to have? It's only not performance, huh? What is your law? If Google putting in, then putting the services, if your country law cannot protect me, then I don't come to your country. This is not the investment, because if somebody done something, I cannot prosecute them in Malaysia. Because your law not adequate. Go there, cannot be proof. Right? You understand what I'm saying or not? The framework is not there. If somebody, because come to cybersecurity, not only protection, prosecution is important. Evidence collection is, because I used to teach computer forensic. If somebody make a mistake, it's your law of your country. I mean, I'm going, even to all countries I'm talking about, do you have enough law? So do you build the confidence of investors? So if the government says, we need to bring up economy, we need to bring up thing and e-commerce and all these things. So do you have the right framework? I want to come and invest, but can your country law can protect me? Can you prosecute? If you don't have the prosecute, that's why the the ministries are going rush in to get this cyber laws adopted so that we can prosecute people. But not enough. We need lawyers who know how to talk about. We need lawyers. Judges must understand. Equal request, equal reply. Do you understand or not, sir? You're from me. Okay, equal request, equal reply. What is that to you? You don't. You use computers, correct, or not, every day. When I say ping, do you understand or not? Ping, you understand? It's the same thing. That's a scientific name. The scientific name for ping is equal request and equal reply. If a lawyer go and argue, so this is this, if the judge doesn't understand it, the case can be thrown. I mean, if you're a lawyer. So this, the whole ecosystem. I'm just talking about a little bit advanced on that part. So coming back, so these are the relevant, this whole thing is all merging together. The merger is happening. Data science, that's why in MMU, now we no longer teach computer science as a subject alone. We don't teach programming alone. What we teach is cybersecurity. And in MMU, the largest student community is cybersecurity. A lot of people signing up cybersecurity. Everybody wants to learn. Because why? The minute a graduate, you know what is a landing salary in Malaysia? And this is Malaysia. I'm not sure about Indonesia. And Malaysia, we're talking about 3,000 to 4,000. They're willing to pay 3,000 to 4,000 for the engineer. Where normal graduates, we're talking about 2,000 ringgit. Correct or not? So people are jumping the wagon. So this whole ecosystem is going. Okay. So what I'm saying is, so this is what's happening. I mean, we can talk more about it. But all these things driving into the key IPv6. So without internet, without IPv6, the internet will not be there. Because IPv4 is already no more there. It's not there. So it's not there. So you have to take into steps, all the steps. All right. That's why tomorrow, in the end of the session, we'll have the assessment. We want you to think about it. Okay. Later I will brief you. Okay. Maybe afternoon I will just, okay. Just to give you what is the assessment. So this is more on a concept presentation, looking at the idea, how to do it. Okay. So these are the things. So these are the things that we need to take in hand. But this is a couple of things that we share on the slide. But later, I think there'll be a lot of discussion that we need to talk about. So what is the whole ecosystem that actually drive IPv6, 5G, and all this comes together? Okay? All right? Okay, thank you. If there's any question, we can always discuss over the lunch. And we have today and tomorrow as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nava. Okay, participants, we have now reached the end of module 3. So what we will do now is go for our lunch break. We give a bit longer for the lunch break for people to manage even their afternoon prayers and so on. So the lunch break will be from 1 p.m. to 2:30 p.m. So we will reconvene here at 2:30. Lunch is very near. You only need to go to the elevator and go to the ground floor. It's at a restaurant called Lavo, L-O-V-O. You don't need access card to go down. So just go to the lift, go down, and we will reconvene at 2:30. Lunch has been pre-ordered, means a la carte lah. Yeah. 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 To come up, be around the elevator around 2:15, and one of our staff will be there to let you up. But lunch has been ordered, is a la carte. So please go down and help yourselves to the lunch today. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I'm texting you. How are you? Yeah, remotely, yes. Finally, yeah. Welcome to Malaysia. Yeah, I heard you on the other day during the Vietnam, you were there. Yeah, yeah. Thanks. So it's coming. Give me this morning. Ayo. Yes, yes. Good. Bawa tas. Bawa biarin aja. Oh, pas banget ya.
underlying. So for this network layer, go back please. For this network layer, we can also transform these capabilities as asset in order to be consumed and exhibited and exposed in order to be discoverable by innovator and service provider. They can consume from this catalog of capability assets that are needed in order to build their network. That is a way to consume this network layer. And also in the bottom, we have building block number 7, that is more functional capabilities that deal with security, with sustainability, with adaptability, intelligence, and other. All non-functional requirements can be provided as capability as well. And the last, and not the least, at left-hand side, building block number 8, it is what we could name AI-based OSS and BSS, and what we name network digital map. So that is our landscape of our working group number 4. That is the identity of working group number 4. All white paper that we are developing and want to develop in the future are based on this building block. We have to choose the building block that we wanted to define as white paper to the industry, and then we can extract 60 topics from this map. From this item building block, we can break it down into 60 topic map. That is our asset within working group number 4. If you wanted to develop any deliverable white paper or specification, even proof of concept, because besides this white paper that we are providing, we are also develop proof of concept in order to assess the viability of the concept that we have defined in our white paper. We are not building on the specification paperwork, but also proof of concept, the assessment that has been discussing in the morning. We assess the viability of the concept that we have defined in our white paper in order to make sure that our member, once it's come to implement, to deploy this concept that have been defined in our white paper, we are sure that provide the value for them. Next, please. So here is the process of development white paper. The first steps, that is 6-step cycle. The first step is we look at standard as foundation, and then we extract the value from the standard, from broadband form, from ITF, and others, and then we digest all these standards because our members are also participating and actively participate in standardization, so that we know exactly what is inside this standard. And then we look at the applicability of this standard. That is our role as industry organization. It's not the role of IETF, it's the role of standardization maker. They are technical oriented. Why? World Broadband Association is business oriented, is customer facing. So we know the value, we know the language of decision maker, of implementers, and then we digest for them all the standard and we accept the value, and that is first input. The second input, we look at the demand side, and we look at all their requirement, and we inject that requirement in order to map the requirement with the capability of the network. And based on this input, then we can deliver white paper. In this case, is not 5.5G white paper series in terms of architecture and also design principle, and also, as I mentioned, proof of concept that assess the value and the viability of the concept that have been developed in this white paper. And then that is the first step. After that, once this concept or MNet 5.5 has been implemented by our members, then we listen to them and we get feedback. That is number 5 on the top, continuous feedback. Lesson learned, the experience, retrospective analysis, and we collect all these data, the insight, and then we inject this feedback in order to update our white paper. For instance, it may happen that we identify some gaps. Our member after the implementation and testing, they identify some gap within our white paper. And then what we do, the answer, we go to our working group number 4, either we create no work item dedicated to fill this gap or to enhance existing white paper in the next release by adding new capability that has been identified by our member after implementation. That is cycle. It is closed loop. That's very important, not to deliver white paper to our member and we stop the story. The story is continually running. And then what is most important is to get inside the feedback action in order to improve our way of delivering white paper. Next, please. So this is our white paper series, and the last one is this network evolution for 5.5G and 6G era under the umbrella of Net 5.5G. And that is of the cycle of our white paper. Our partial content, it is composed of 6 clauses. The first one is the vision. If you look at the content of the white paper, that is the first clause is vision. The second one is business scenario and use case that we think that are of high interest or member to industry. We are not collecting business scenario and use case for the sake of business scenario and use case. We collect profitable use cases that make sense for our member, for the industry. And then we look at performance requirement and also no performance requirement. No performance requirement are the one that may have negative impact on society or on citizen. And we need to identify all these no functional requirements, and the way to solve this problem is not technical problem, it is regulation and legislation problem. So we go to our regulator and we see we have identified some social requirement, and then maybe we have to enact regulation in order to fix or to give guidance or act for solving this issue. And we implement this act, no functional requirement act, like EI Act, like Data Act in European Commissions. And then we look at the role of non-stakeholder and also their responsible demarcations. That's also very important in order to know who do what in all this process. And then we develop design blueprint, has generic architecture or our generic framework, and then we instantiate this design blueprint into actionable framework with business and operational requirements that eliminate the real-world network of our members. And then the last step is to help and to assist our member in the way to deploy this Net 5.5 architecture in their network operation, and production. That is toolkit that also necessary. Beside all this design blueprint and architecture framework, they need also toolkit to help them to implement in efficient way all the requirements, all the recommendation that has been defined in the white paper. So that is what we are doing. So this white paper answered two major questions from a requirement perspective. The first one is how to address 10 gigabit requirement for the consumer, for the business, for the campus. That is the first question. The second major question that this white paper tried to solve is how to address future video applications within immersive and metaverse space that will be dominated application in 2030 horizon. So we are capturing the two major requirements, and then we compare and contrast this requirement with required capabilities of the network, and maybe IP transport network. And the way to meet all these requirements is that IP transport network has to upgrade from network side to 400 giga, for backbone network from 400 to 800 giga, and for data center network 400 and 800 gigabit, and also AI training capability that is very important. So that is all the cycle of developing our white paper. And now we have well-defined white paper and framework Net 5.5G that we are providing to our customer. And next week in Shanghai, in MWC Shanghai 2024, we'll be releasing officially this white paper, and we'll make it available to our members for implementations. And besides this white paper, we are also running proof of concept, 12 months proof of concept that capture the most important component of this white paper in order to assess the viability of this concept of Net 5.5G, in order to have the full package specification and also a result of test cases that shows that we did assessment of some feature, major feature and capability of this Net 5.5G concept within our white paper. Next, please. So the main takeaway of this white paper within digital economy at Horizon 2030, we have, let's say, 3 themes broken down into 3 major KPIs. The first KPI is connection speed that will be increased by 10. Second major KPI is to increase compute capacity by 10. The third major KPI is related to latency. We have to reduce latency by 10. That is 3 times major requirements or KPI that we have to handle and to implement. Now, I give you some idea about the architecture of Net 5.5G in the white paper. That is main diagram in the white paper. When you get this white paper, you can find this diagram. It is 4-layer model, or it is an architecture based on 4 main building blocks. The first one, the left-hand side, is the access network, 10 gigabit for home, for business, for campus. And the middle building block number 2 is SRv6 based IP transport network that provide programmable network in order to be able to deliver slices in program thanks to programmability capability of SRv6 that I've been discussing this morning. Building block number 3 at the right-hand side is data center and the cloud that will be able to 480 gigabit. On the top, that is the roof of this Net 5.5 house. It is network digital map. That is more or less modernization of OSS, traditional OSS BSS. That is, in a nutshell, the summary of this white paper Net 5.5G architecture. Next one, please. And to do that, we set up a liaison statement with IPv6 Forum for these SRv6 capabilities in order to shape this SRv6-based Net 5.5G. We have at the left-hand side 4 pipelines, 10 gigabit each, and then we aggregate these 4 pipelines into a metro network at 400 giga, and then we move to backbone under 800 gigabit, and finally, the journey of packet will be finishing at the data center at the right-hand side within 800 gigabit as well. And in order to that, in smooth manner, because we have discontinuity of protocol for current situation, we have MPLS in backbone, we have VXLAN in data center, and we need inter-working gateway at the border, and it's augment the latency, and it's exactly what we want. We wanted to reduce latency, as I mentioned, by 10 from 10 milliseconds to 1 millisecond. So there's no place for any man in the middle, in the border between domain of this end-to-end architecture. And the efficient way and the viable solution is SRv6 that calls seamlessly all this domain from metro to backbone to data center with simple protocol that is SRv6. This is why SRv6 is so important for this end-to-end view in order to have the seamless continuity in terms of protocol, in order to solve existing difficulties that we are facing in current implementation. We have, as I mentioned, MPLS, we have VXLAN, and then it is difficult to deliver the capability that meet all the requirements that I mentioned in terms of latency, in terms of capacity of computing, and in terms of connectivity, speed of connectivity. So this is our high design principle or macro design architecture SRv6 based Net 5.5G. Next, please. And we are expecting you to join our World Broadband Association. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tayyip, for an in-depth explanation and introduction about what World Broadband Association is and the work that they do. Before calling upon the second speakers for today, I would like to give a brief introduction. Mr. Robin Lee is the Chief IP Protocol Expert from Huawei. He has more than 15 years of research and development work experience in MPLS and SDN controller as a system architect. He is actively contributing to standards activities all the way since IETF 75 and has proposed over 100 drafts and RFCs. He is a keen proponent of SDN transition innovation and standards work throughout his entire career. And since 2016, he has been focusing on the innovation standard work of SRv6, 5G transport, telemetry, and network intelligence. And he has been elected for back-to-back terms as the IETF Internet Advisory Board, Internet Architecture Board member, responsible for Internet architecture work from 2019 until now. Without further ado, please give a round welcome to Mr. Robin.
Okay. Okay. Okay, it's an honor to have the chance to introduce the latest progress of IPv6 enhanced innovations and standards. Yeah, and also it's interesting for me to have such chance because of my work in the past years. I'm not only to communicate with the technical people, but also to communicate with some different people. For example, today you are from the regulation. I think that's an interesting chance for me. But in fact, before this, I also had another very special this meeting is to communication from lawyers, because now there is a lot of this the discussion about the infrastructure and the digital sovereignty. Yeah, so that's also has much this lawyer issues. So I think that is also can reflect our work because we work on the internet technology. And internet now not only the technical, but have much effect on our society. So I think definitely it related, have close relations with this also this the society and the government and also even this the legal. And also would like to have the chance to introduce this technical progress. And also I take the chance to introduce my thinking on the working on the society and also this the economic, etc. Okay, next. Okay, I will not introduce myself again. Yeah, but I just one thing. I worked for this for this field is almost this the 25 years. But just because of long process, I also experienced this the industry tide. We can see many technologies is up and some technology is down. So today, so I think that is a very important chance for the IPv6. So I think this is very important and also is lucky for us all. Okay, next one. Okay, so here I will introduce why this the called the IPv6 enhanced. So in fact, this morning I also listened in this class. Because this morning, it seems we talk about this the native IPv6. Because in the past 30 years, so that they always talk about the IPv6 is the IPv6 address. Because almost everyone is know that IPv4 address is not enough. In order to solve this issue, is introduce the IPv6. The IPv6 has this the 128 bits address. So that means we can have enough IPv6 address. But that's in fact, rethinking the process of the IPv6 development, we can see that in past 30 years, IPv6 is slowly deployed in the industry. And maybe you can also understand or that can be aware of this the process. But why? So that's we think the most important reason in my thinking. So that's only IPv6 address is not enough. So this is the firstly IPv6 address is a change of this the identification of this the IP network. How to say this one? For example, just like me, my name is Robin, but tomorrow I change to the Tayev. So that's all my relation must be changed. Everything needed to change. My wife, my son, and my contract, my bank account, everything need to change. Yeah, but if I change to this one, if I can get some value, is okay. But if I only change the name, but everything, that means the application is the same. But you say that, but the cost is very high. So it's very difficult to change this identification. So this is the similar. Because for the past 30 years, if you change you need to change to IPv6 from the IPv4, that means the whole infrastructure need to be changed. But the application of the IPv6 is almost the similar like the IPv4. So people don't think this is a very cost-effective solution. Yeah, so they would not like to change from the IPv4 to IPv6. So this is the most challenge. Yeah, but now I think that is if we want to change this one, we must to introduce this the new value, new application. This is very important. If we can create some this value or some this application that cannot be satisfied by IPv4, so maybe they can more drive to move to the IPv6. So this is just the philosophy behind of this the IPv6 enhanced. So this is lucky in the past 7 years. This is the new application is emerging. The first one is the 5G, because the 5G is have the new services. Because the 5G they introduce some the new services such like the URLLC or network slicing. Because this is the new services, they need the attribute of this connection should be changed. So that means they need to introduce the extension in the data plane to satisfy the new services. So this is the first one. Second one, we call it the cloud change their scope. Yeah, because of the cloud. Because for example, this is 3 years ago, maybe like that one, no cloud. For example, this is the application process is very fixed because it's a physical server connected to our network service is very fixed. But because of the cloud, for example, you also have the Google research. You have the Google research result. But because of the cloud, the Google research result maybe from San Francisco, maybe from the Paris, maybe from the Hong Kong, like this one. So this means the application process is distributed. But you want to get the application process result. That means your IP connection must be very flexible, very flexible. Yeah, so we need to have a way to set up the connection very easily. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so we combine this together. So we see that the IPv6 can satisfy this requirement very well. So that we have the IPv6 has the new round of the innovation. So that's we call it the IPv6 enhanced. Okay, next. Okay, I will not want to introduce the technical details, but I just want to introduce one. This is just the IP packet, IPv6 packet in our internet. But this is the blue part is the IPv6 basic header. So I mean, in the past 30 years, for the packet, always have the IPv6 basic header. But following the basic header is called the IPv6 extension header. Because 30 years ago, the IP network pioneers think in the future, our network functionality must be extended. We need to have the mechanism for such extension. So they designed the IPv6 extension header. But for the past 30 years, the IPv6 extension header almost never be used. So that our people always talk about the basic header, talk about the IPv6 address, because nobody talk about this one. But in the new round of the IPv6 extension, so this is the IPv6 header plays a very important role because they need to introduce the new services. New services means the new extension in the data plane. But for the IPv6 basic header, no space. They must have the extended space. So the IPv6 extension header provide the extended space. So it can satisfy this requirement. So naturally, I believe you have such an issue. Why for the past 30 years, why this extension header not used? Yeah, because this is the most important one is our network hardware cannot satisfy this requirement. That means that time, if you use the IPv6 extension header, just because of the limitation of the network hardware, if you use this extension header, the forwarding performance decreased greatly. So that time you cannot use the IPv6 extension header. But thanks, this is the breakthrough of the network hardware. And also now that is the new technology programming chipset. That means even you use the extension header, and means you can introduce the complex extension in the data plane. Our network hardware can still achieve the ideal forwarding performance. So now we can use the IPv6 extension header. So this is just the important reason. So combine this the previous the page, the first new application, introduce this new services, drive this the IPv6 new innovation, the first. The second one, the network hardware breakthrough, support this extension. So combine these two together, so that we have the new round of the IP innovation, so that we call it the IPv6 enhanced. So this is just the development of the IPv6 enhanced. Okay, next page. Okay. Oh, please. Okay. Good.
We'll talk into the mic so that the online participants can also hear.
Okay, please.
Arabic. Can you go back one slide?
Yes.
Okay, when we talk about IPv6, we talk about the benefit of the extension header, right?
Yeah.
So this is a part of it, all the additional info that we can add.
Yeah.
But today, has anybody used it in the real production environment? And
Okay.
if yes, to how extent and the use case for it?
Okay, I will introduce it. So this is now, so that's this afternoon, I will talk the SRv6, IPv6 network slicing. So now we already have the product, also have the deployment. But for the legacy network, maybe not adopt, or the SRv6 is not deployed yet. But I think the technology is already mature. Yeah.
It's just that I never saw any real life use case in the production environment manipulating the IPv6 extension header to make the network or packet more resilient or better compared to what we have today.
Yeah, I totally agree with this one. But that's in fact, now is begin to being deployed. So that's we also want to take such the IPv6 enhance the innovations to drive the IPv6 deployment. Yeah, so that's one. Okay, I will introduce more. Maybe after that, you can understand more progress of this, the IPv6 enhanced innovations. Okay, yeah, okay. Okay, so this page is to introduce what's the IPv6 enhanced, what's introduced by IPv6 enhanced. Because in fact, the past years, they always discuss with me about the technical details. But finally, I found a very simple way to help people to understand IPv6 enhanced. So in fact, so here this is just the analogy of this the driving in our reality. For example, 30 years ago, how we drive. So that's we only depend on the road signs, because maybe you have get some of the map, but when you're driving, so you just according to map, and also you see that's the road signs. So that hop by hop, you go to one city, another city, then go to your the destination, just like this one. Yeah, but you know this the driving experience maybe not good. You based on the road signs, you go to a places, but here you see that the traffic jam happens. But in fact, this traffic jam, if you know in advance, you should avoid. You can understand this one. But today we have this better driving experience. We have such navigator. Yeah, but simply is the Google Map. Yeah, you have the Google Map. You understand the status on the road. Before you start, you can design your path. You go to a specific place to avoid this traffic jam. So you can get this better traffic, this is the driving experience, right? Yeah. So if you understand that one, SRv6 is just to satisfy this requirement. It's just like the navigator to design the path for the IP packet in the network so they can get the better experience. Second one, dashboard camera. 30 years ago, there's no dashboard camera installed in the car. So if you encounter some of the accident in the road, you know, if there's no dashboard camera, maybe a lot of debate between the drivers involved in the accident to define the responsibility. Yeah, so that's very difficult to identify the responsibility. But today, you know that we can install the dashboard camera in your car, so you can record or trace the path of your driving. So when the accident happens, it's easy to identify the responsibility of the drivers involved in the accident. Yeah. So this thing, if you understand this is the IFIT, that means the in situ flow information telemetry. So you can think it's just to install a dashboard camera in the IP packet, so it can trace the path of the IP packet goes through. So when the failure happens, easy to locate this failure. Second one, slicing. Maybe you learn this one because slicing is from the 5G. But you know, in our reality, maybe you know this dedicated lane. I'm not sure the Malaysia, but you know the 30 or 40 years in China, the road is very narrow, only one line, and also not much traffic, only one line. Yeah, so need not the dedicated line, and even no line. But later, you know, we have the highway. The way become very broad. Yeah, but now you must have the isolated line, right? Yeah, because that's the different car in the different line. Yeah, and so then you also have the dedicated lane, because in the morning or in the case of the traffic jam, for the bus, for some of the ambulance, yeah, so they can enter into the dedicated lane. So that even traffic jam happens, so the public service can also guaranteed in the driving. Yeah. So this is the same. This is just a slicing. You can see this is for the IP packet. So in our IP network, in the past, is mixed all together. But now it'll be isolated. And also that's for some important services, this is the dedicated lane in the IP network. So their driving experience can also guaranteed. Yeah. So this is the same. So this is the after 30 years, we have the better driving experience. Same. This is the IPv6. So this is the IPv6 enhanced. Enhanced is just to install navigator, dashboard camera, and the dedicated lane identification into the network, so that to improve the experience of our IP network. So this is just a design philosophy. Yeah, just the same. If you want to install navigator, install dashboard camera, install dedicated lane identification in the IP packet, you need a space. So recalling this previous slide, IPv6 10 header can satisfy this requirement. At IPv4, no such space. So IPv4 cannot satisfy this requirement. In fact, IPv4 can be extended. It can extend the space to satisfy this requirement. But this is just the power of standard organization. We say no. If you want to extend, only do it based on the IPv6, no IPv4. You can extend it by using just a proprietary solution. Standard organization will not accept it. Yeah, so this is just this one. Okay, so this is the seminar. After that, today, what happens for the driving, autonomous driving? Yeah, Tesla like this one. Yeah, autonomous driving. Yeah, so we see. So that's our next step, similar. Based on the IPv6 enhanced, we also want to enable network autonomous driving. Yeah, so that can simplify the network operation and the maintenance. Yeah, so this is also the IPv6 enhanced is a very strong base for the future network autonomous driving. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So in fact, I talked to people. So if after for this page, my presentation almost finished. So in fact, after that, you understand this design philosophy. Following is just the technical details. It's very simple. Yeah, but I will go through this one next. Yeah, so you can see this one. So this is just like SIV6. I will not introduce it, but you can just keep one thing in mind, navigator. For example, you go to this destination. You only go to this node. That means can satisfy this requirement. So you must to specify this node, and then this destination, like this one. This is just like our design, our path. Yeah, maybe we Google Map, we found a good path or the better path. It must go to the place A, place B, then our destination. Yeah, so this is the same. So this is the segment, is just like this, the identification of such place. A1 column 2, A1 column 3, then this destination. If you go through this path, you can satisfy this requirement. Yeah, okay. And also because this morning, we also talk about the cyber security. Yeah, because this is the path designing is not only for experience, it can also for the security. Yeah, because you go to some this place, maybe that's the risky. So you try to avoid such the places. Yeah, so this is just, we can go through this, the design, this is the path for the reason of the cybersecurity. Yeah, okay, next. Okay, so I will not introduce it because Taib already. So that's just use IPv6 for this unified forwarding process. Okay, so this is just the big vision of the SRv6 or the IPv6. Yes, because the reason is just because of the IP or IPv6 can be everywhere. Yeah, and almost everywhere, they also have this requirement for this the navigator, for the dedicated lane, for the dashboard camera. So that's we must have this the IPv6 data plane. Yeah. Okay. Next. Okay, I will not introduce this one. So this is just because you know this if you want to input this the design path, place A, place B, place C, like this one. Maybe this packet header is too big. Packet header too big. Yeah, so must to reduce this the packet header. So they have this the SRv6 compression, make this the packet header short. So that's one. Okay. So now this is also this solution is done. Okay, next one. Okay, so this is I will not introduce details, but is just means they have solutions can reduce this packet header. Even you design long path, you can put this the many places identification in the IPv6 extension header. Okay, next. Okay, so this is just this is the good question because you know that's we have this the innovation, but we also need deployed. But when we deployed, we also wait for the maturity of the industry. Yeah. So we can say this the three aspects. Because first aspect, we can say this is the standards. So we can say SRv6, that's the IETF. This is become this is the formal standards. That means standards is the maturity. The second one, so this is the implementation. So that means the vendor must implement such technology. Yeah, but maybe this 7 years ago, Huawei, Cisco implemented SRv6. But today we can see that almost all mainstream vendors implement SRv6. Okay, last. So that's the deployment. I think that this morning I think that is also is very important because you know you deploy this new technology in your network. But this morning, even for IPv6 migration, they must have the evaluation. They say that's the readiness of your network to implement the IPv6 migration. Similar, SRv6, they also want to deploy. They also need the evaluation. Same. Yeah, but you know that's just because this is the maturity of the industry. So that's now that's already deployed all over the world. Yeah, so we can say that they have this the Orange. They also have this the MTN. Also have this the Telefonica. So that they already deployed the SRv6 in their network. So this is one. Okay. Okay, next. Okay, so this is the second one is slicing. Slicing, I already mentioned that is just like this dedicated lane. So traditionally, our IP forwarding, we can find this outgoing interface, but that's not enough. Even outgoing interface, we have this the different resource for the different network slicing, so that the forwarding can be guaranteed because they have this isolated resource. this is just like this dedicated lane in the road. But for implement this one, so need identification to indicate the resource for the slice, indicate the resource. So that's the basic, this identification is a slice ID. So that means you need to encapsulate the slice ID in the IP packet so that the use the IPv6 extension header can implement this one. Yeah. Okay, next. Okay, so this is just a network slicing because this is just that's a one physical network, but you have this different isolated lane so that you can use for the different services. Because this example, for example, so this is the operators one network, the one slice for the manufacturing, one used for the public security, one used for the education, maybe or some for the hospital, health care. So they have the different slice, different slice. So the traffic in one slice will interfere traffic in the other slice, just like in the road, in the different lane, will not interfere each other. So that's just a network slicing. See, this also has this purpose, security isolation. Yeah, because that for example, if all the traffic mixed together, for example, here, DDoS happens. It will affect every services. But this is for example, manufacturing, this dedicated the slice. Even this the DDoS happens because they have this the isolated resource. The DDoS will not affect the service in the slice. Yeah, so this will also implement the security isolation. Yeah, so this is also, we see that all over the world, some adopt network slicing for the security reason. Okay, next. Okay, so in fact, this is also, we have these standards for the network slicing. So in fact, it's also the big system, but it is become mature. Yeah, but also is because of this, the network slicing is very important. The people want more network slice in our network. Yeah, because we can implement 10 slice, but some they want the 1,000 slice. But you want to implement 1,000 slice, that will be the very, very challenging for our technology. But we try to solve this one. Yeah. Okay, next page. Okay, so this is the deployment of the IPv6 network slicing. So that is all over the world. So we can see that this is the people they use for this one, not only for the operators, this is for the smart grid, because for the smart, for this the grid network, some services very critical. They must be traversed in the specific network slicing in the grid network. So for the before the IPv6 network slicing, not much solutions, but now they can use the IPv6 network slicing to satisfy this requirement. Okay, next one. Same. Okay, the last one for this one is F8. So this is in situ flow information telemetry. So this is just like the dashboard camera. Because see, this is just like the car. This is a packet. The first node, this is the record information, incoming interface, outgoing interface, the delay experienced on the node A. Second node, incoming interface, outgoing interface, delay experienced on the B, C, and D. So this is, they have recorded this information. So when the failure happens, or the degradation of the user experience happens, it's easy to locate A, B, C, or D cause such issue. So you can see this is just like the dashboard camera for this the packet. Yeah. But how to encapsulate this information? IPv6 attention header. Attention header. Yeah. But now, except this one, no other technology can satisfy this requirement. Okay. Next. Okay, I will not introduce this one, but this is a high precision, very serious and simplified deployment. Yeah, I also give you this because we still talk about this another usage for the cybersecurity. Yeah, because now you satisfy this every country emphasize the digital sovereignty. Yeah, because some important data should not be permitted to go out of your country, must be kept in your country. But when this happens, how you trace this one? If you have such this the technology, you can trace the path. So you can learn this is the data, go outside your data. Maybe they return back. This data may be not unreliable. So this is just this is the use for the security reason. Okay, next one. Okay, this also now that is becoming deployed. Yeah, so this is adopt. Yeah, okay, next one. Okay, so this is the more interesting, but this is the more challenging. Because I talk the SRv6 or talk about the slicing always means this is the IPv6 enhanced technology used in network. But the AP means what? Your application. That means the application in your mobile phone can take use of the IPv6 attention header to encapsulate application information or the user information. For example, I'm mobile. I can, that's you send a packet, I encapsulate Robin's the traffic visit YouTube. If you have such information, this will enter into the network. So our network can satisfy this requirement for this the specific user or specific application. So that means to take use of the IPv6 to integrate application and the network. Yeah, I give this the example, next page. Yeah, next page. Okay, sorry about, yeah, because because the pandemic, video conference become very important, very popular. But just because more this video conference traffic, sometimes we can see that this is the traffic jam in our network. So you get this the bad experience. Yeah, but this is just a deployment in China, this Shenzhen government. So they have this the video conference. When it sends this the packet in the IPv6 packet, they can encapsulate a specific ID to indicate this is the video conference. So this is arrive this the network. So that's still this traffic in the dedicated slice. So that means this is the video conference traffic will be still in the dedicated slice to guarantee the experience. So you can see this is just the IPv6 enhanced from this the terminal, network, and cloud. So this end-to-end to guarantee the experience. Yeah, but that's this is the latest work. But this will also face mass challenge. This also has the privacy or the security concern. For example, I want to expose this information. Robin's visiting YouTube. You can say this is maybe for the experience. Maybe that has this privacy concern. Yeah, so this is we still is working on. how to guarantee experience. All this is to avoid leak of this the privacy. Yeah, so this we are working. Okay, next one. Okay, so this is the summary. So we can say I begin to introduce in the past 30 years, always talk about native IPv6, IPv6 address, IPv6 migration. But today we can say IPv6 10 header are used for this the many new services, SRv6 network slicing, in situ flow information telemetry, and also this application where IPv6 networking. So from here, I just give 1 point. These services cannot be satisfied by IPv4. So that means we take use of the IPv6 header to create new value or the more value than the IPv4. So this morning I talk first, government have some this the policy to drive this the infrastructure to move the IPv6. On the other hand, take use of the power of the technology to create new value for the IPv6. So the application and the infrastructure or the parties involved in the infrastructure, they would like to move to the IPv6 immediately. So this is just combine these two power together. So this is just our purpose. Okay, next page. Okay, so this is standard work. Now introduce. We can see this this IPv6 enhanced. They are the standards is mature step by step. So first the SRv6, then slicing F8, so then APN like this way. Yeah. Okay. Next. Okay, and in fact, so this we talk about this one because this is similar, because this is the new technology, and they are also being deployed. And also when deployed, they also need to share experience. So in order to satisfy this requirement, our standard organization, they set up the platform for the operators or the enterprise. They can talk about this, the experience of the SRv6 or the F8 or the network slicing. So that's either to help to accelerate the adoption and deployment of this, the new IPv6 enhanced technologies. Yeah, okay, next. Okay, so this is now they want to set up this new working group. So now that's achieved much consensus. In fact, just last week, so this working group already set up. So that means this is not deployed. So and also these pioneers are going to share such experience all over the world to help this the industry develop. Okay. Okay, the last page is my advertisement. That's why, because this is the new technologies and also this technical details. So in order to satisfy the requirement, so we led the team to write such the book from the SRv6 network programming to the slicing and the deployment of SRv6, then to the IPv6 on-pass telemetry. So we also wanted to search these books. Will also be helpful to the industry. Okay. Okay. Okay, that's all my presentation. Okay, thanks. Okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Robin. That was very insightful. Ladies and gentlemen, participants, we will be adjusting our agenda for a bit. So now we are going to have our coffee break. We will convene at 4 p.m. We will convene at 4 p.m. Thank you. The time, as long as you belong in the most of the time, as long as you belong in the Asia Pacific region, you do belong to an economy that is supported and you are eligible to apply. So unfortunately, the application date for this year has passed because it actually closed on 28th March, but they do open the application on an annual basis. So the good thing about the APNIC Foundation portal is they list a lot of the frequently asked questions, a lot of the eligibility criteria, and more importantly is what are the projects that have been funded in the past. So that would allow you to kind of gauge whether the project that you plan to implement is somehow along the lines of the activities or the projects that they fund. So this is where we would like to encourage, if there are any organizations or even at the national level, if you guys are looking for a partner to implement IPv6 within your areas, then IPv6 Forum Malaysia as well as the Asia Pacific IPv6 Council would very much welcome proposals and would very much welcome the collaboration opportunities. So do get in touch with us and look out for funding opportunities which will allow you to implement or migrate IPv4 to IPv6 for your respective organizations and countries at a very much subsidized cost. Okay, so that is for the ISIF Asia grant. The next one that I would like to introduce is actually something called the Asia Pacific White Paper. So you must have been aware by now that one of the hosts for this program is the Asia Pacific IPv6 Council. And one of our initiatives is actually conducting studies and also white papers. So if you want to access these white papers, it's quite a straightforward URL, apacv6.org, apacv6.org. And the first thing that you can access here is something called the Asia Pacific IPv6 Implementation White Paper. You just have to click on it. It's on a Google Drive. So through this APAC IPv6 white paper, it actually covers a lot of the topics which we cover during this workshop as well. And I would also recommend that the workshop participants can somehow skim through this because it will help you during your assessment preparation for tomorrow evening, tomorrow afternoon slot. So it tells you about IPv6 and IPv6 enhanced as an enabler of digital economy, how IPv6 driven digital developments are happening across the globe, what are the particular policies and migration strategies on a country by country basis, as well as specifically focusing in the Asia Pacific region as well. So for example, if we see on page 48, there might be some recommendations for Indonesia, for example. So if you go to page 47, 48, it actually outlines what is the latest trends, what is the latest numbers, and also it has a section where we recommend what can be done in terms of increasing or quickening the IPv6 migration for these respective countries. So I encourage the participants today, you can peruse this document. It is free. There's no fee or anything that you have to pay. It can be useful for you in order to prepare for the assessment session for tomorrow. Okay, so those are just the two short and simple things that I would want to share with you. We are actually supposed to have another speaking slot today. So the reason why we are waiting is we are currently waiting for the speaker. In the meantime, I would like to invite Dr. Nava to give his insights with regards to the projects or the initiatives that we are doing. And he can give a bit of briefing about tomorrow's assessment as well. So this is where the participants have to take note because this is the framework that you have to use when you prepare for the assessment.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Ashraf. Okay, so just let me touch on tomorrow's assessment as a participant. Okay, we can have a breakout groups. What is the total number here?
We will have about 3 groups here and about 4 groups.
Okay, so we will break it up to 3 groups. Okay, what are we going to do as a group work when you finish today? You can get together or during the evening or even the break tomorrow, whatever. What we want to come out with, you need to do a presentation of IPv6 transition plan for your organization. All right? You can take as an example from all the knowledge that you have collected in the session. So you have to get into a group and present. Probably each of you will given 10 minutes to present. All right? It's in the form of PowerPoint presentation that covers in terms of first thing before you want to do, and this will be a good exercise for you to take it back. All right? Even for your own organization, what do you have to do for your organization? So normally when you enterprise, normally we can also talk about country level, but country level a little bit different compared to enterprise, but there's similarity. So the assessment will cover how you do. First of all, you need to align your business objective. So what is your organization? What they do? Where they use this IPv6? You see, you want to move our organization from, I'll be talking about this tomorrow, afternoon session, in the morning session, IPv6 rollout, how to roll it out. So you can pick up some points from there. All right? So what do you have to do? So first of all, you need to do a business planning. Business planning means talking about what you have to do. As you all understand here, in terms of rolling out applications, this is all related to internet because you have to be internet facing. The issue of IPv4, IPv6 is related to internet, correct or not? Right? So somebody accessing from a terminal got internet access, and the internet access is IPv4, they cannot access IPv6 website. Do you understand now? So it is important for us to make sure the server able to access IPv6. Of course, currently we have dual stack. You know, every service, there's a dual stack. You have DNS. I think Hafiz would have shared with you DNS. There are A records and quad A records. You all know what is DNS, isn't it? Of course, you should know. Domain name service. Domain name service, A record is IPv4. Quad A record is for IPv6. So that allow the server to access by user. When the user access it, IPv4, IPv6, the DNS will provide different IP for the URL. So this is what I'm talking about. So you need to look into the business plan. Which of the services? There's some services doesn't require IP facing. Do you understand or not? Internal application no need IPv6. Correct or not? Because you're doing internally. So that's why. So, but nowadays, many of the organization, they're already putting their application on the portal. Everything is on the portal, correct or not? So the portal, everything run, no more internal. There are still some internal, but everything is on the portal, correct or not? So even for internal applications like your HR system, email, whatever. So you have to come out with what is your business objective. Then you need to set up team, task force. Normally, when the country level, we got national task force to push this. So within your organization, you must have task force. The task force covers in terms of because you want go technology, you need to buy, you need money. So you need to make sure your CFO knows. Correct or not? What is the budgeting? You need to involve everybody. It's not just one person. Even though the end user not bothered, but you need to train them on end user also. Because there are other things. So the capacity building. So you need to get all the stakeholders. You need to set up a task force or team within the organization to mind. So then you can talk about that, the business part. Now, after you talk about business part, of course, like what this afternoon Afis was shared with you this morning, the assessment. Very important to assess. Sorry.
The one that we are supposed to do tomorrow will be dual stack or native specifically?
Up to you.
Okay, it's not native.
You can propose anything you want, but as I told you, it's pointless if you just propose dual stack. You know, another few words, but you can still have a backup plan. Now you got, like in the mobile, you got XLAT. You understand now? So you can, the transition part also you need to, because sometimes, so much so I want native, after 15 years talking about this, dual stack, I want native, but still we can't 100% move. So you have to have a backup plan. That's why the migration plan, you need to discuss also how to support IPv4 also. Backward control, but also you need to talk about that. So that's the strategy. So you need to do the first part, assessment. What assessment, then capacity building, what sort of training you need to get for your people to be trained. So you need to discuss that portion also to present. Then say, okay, you need training on certified network engineer, IPv6. You know, tomorrow we're sharing the call, the training, so you can talk about that. Then you talk about how to migrate services, the network, the technical, but then address planning, subnetting. All right, address planning is very important component. Address planning. Then you need to talk about how to do the strategy which Hafiz shared with you, Dr. Hafiz. You need to talk about that. All right. So how do I do the subnetting? How big is your VLANs? How many allocation you need to do? All these components. Okay. So I want to see in your presentation these components are there. Then how to migrate the services? How to you the application migration? What about network monitoring tools? So discuss all these components. Probably later you can share that document. How do you can share with them?
I will email.
Dr. Ashraf will email the structure of the presentation. Then the final part, audit. Right? Because the bigger issue, most of our IPv6 transition done by vendor. Correct or not? Like even telcos, we don't do ourselves. So how do you know that what he has done is meet our objective? That's where audit comes in. So somebody has to go and audit whether the transition plan is correct. Is application correctly migrated? Has it addressed the security problem? So in the other part, security, application, all the layers you have to discuss. And finally, the audit. Then this will be a group assignment for you to present. So we want to see all the elements is taken care. So based on that, we will evaluate and give you the marks for your certification. You can present, few people can present, one people can present. Let's see if you have 5 people, probably better take turns and present. At least everyone present better. Because this is the opportunity for you to share. And the other groups,
then the 5 people will have 5 different presentations.
same presentation, 5 sections. Maybe one person talk about business, another person about talking about address planning, another person about the technical migration, or you can 5 people. So all 5 people, we prefer all 5 people to present. Let's carry a mark for your presentation, so that covers better chances.
There's a mark.
There's a mark. There is a mark. Because this is certified. See, this course is certified. Certified means we have to assess. If there's no certificate of attendance, it's a different story. You don't need to sit assessment. So we make it, I don't want to give you questions, to answer, that's too much, correct enough. All right, so you get in a group, you present, at least everybody get together and contribute the idea. Okay, so prefer with the slides, if you can, all right? Always good to. No need to be very technical, all right? Oh, it's up to you, okay? Somebody want to present technical, also okay, all right? And end of the day, when you go back to your country, your organization, at least you can use this plan for your own country, own organization, what you have to do. Then as assessors, we can give you feedback. Okay, you can do this, you can do this, you can do this. Like kind of free advice, not paid one. You understand now? We'll tell you, okay, this is you have to do, this is not, this is what you can do. Because we have a lot of experience of dealing migration or transition. So we have seen a lot of problems on rolling out. It's not simple as I said. Not like today I buy, go and plug, everything works. Doesn't work that way. Like especially when you come to ready, like whenever you issue tender, you say ready, tick, 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 everything. Actually, when you roll it out, it doesn't work. We have that experience even in the first time in the ministry. We did the migration for you, IPv6, the KK ministry last time. This is 2005 we are talking about. We have to roll back. Because that time IPv6 very new, 2005. We roll it out, doesn't work. The application, roll it back. So there was a lot of issues we have faced. And those own organizations spend millions. IPv6, they never forget to buy firewall. Okay, done. Also, okay, good. So we will finish. So this is what we want to talk about it. So please, during the thing, I want to see some ideas also. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. I think while we wait for the delegates and also the VIPs to come and join us for the next session, maybe we can do the grouping now itself. So I believe it would be beneficial if maybe the Indonesian delegates are forming one team, since there are already the 4 of them here, and possibly Mr. Utpal and also our friends from Telekom Malaysia as well as from MCMC can form a group of 5. So instead of trying to do it for 3 different organizations, maybe select one of the 3 and then discuss based on that. And then the remaining 5 participants, our friends from Laos and also Vietnam, as well as 2 from Ministry of Communications Malaysia, would form group number 3. So among these 5 are the groups that work together during that discussion session tomorrow. We'll have about 2 hours. So maybe about 40 minutes like that is for the discussion, and then the remaining of it is for the presentation. Okay, the VIPs are here already. Yes, sir. Mr. Derek, please. Yeah. Can you? This is the papers. Can take. Thank you for coming. What? Okay. Okay. We will still proceed with your session, right?
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Welcome back, everyone, and special welcome again to Mr. Derek Fernandez, MCMC Commissioner. We will continue our session for this evening. I would now like to invite our third session speaker for today, Mr. Will Lu, to take over the stage. Please give him a warm round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for your attendance. So this is Will Liu. You can call me Will, which is very easy to remember. I'm currently serving as the Vice President of the Huawei Datacom Industry Development Department. And basically, our department is to develop the datacom industry. Usually, we mean the IP industry, the Internet Protocol Network industry. Next step, please. And actually, like what I said earlier, that I am a standardized guy. I worked in the standardization area for more than almost 20 years, since beginning with IETF for the IPv6 protocol, the IPv4 to IPv6 transition protocol. And then I also do a lot of work in ETSI, the ETSI, which is the standard body in Europe that located in France. And at that moment, I started to build the IPv6 and the AI. So meaning that adding more AI empower the IPv6 end-to-end network to make the network stronger, more capability and facility. And recently, I've been working together with Dr. Taib in WBA, this World Broadband Association, for looking forward what will be happen in 2025 to 2030. The next 5 years, we all have each country have the next 5 years plan. And we need to think about, for our next year plan, what will be the network look like? Okay, first of all, let me raise a question to all of you. What is the hottest topic in last year and this year? Just 2 words. The most hot topics. Anybody knows? Yeah, that's correct. AI, artificial intelligence. Since ChatGPT, the text, and now we have the Sora with even the video, right? All the AI can generate something very easily that in the past, our engineer, our people need to work a lot to generate. And this largely facilitate the society grow, and with a lot of digitalization for every industry. So this is what I'm going to say, that the intelligence accelerate the digital economy, because I have some numbers. The first number is that the AI penetration will grow very fast. That will be 30% of all the industries that in 2026, only 2 years later, 30%. The next one, according to McKinsey, that the US dollar, 13 trillion US dollars that will be contributed to the GDP by AI. So that's a large number, right? And we can all see that almost all the big companies, if you are looking at the stock, like NVIDIA, Microsoft, all their stock grew very fast in last year, right? Twice or third times. And that's because almost all over the world are contributing or investigating their power to AI, because AI is so important. And let's look at what is happening in the Asia Pacific area. Now we are in Malaysia, so we started from Malaysia. This is to be unfair a little. So Malaysia already have this national AI roadmap. I know you know better than me that they will contribute like more than 100 billion US dollars to about the AI industry. And also we have Thailand, another big country in Asia Pacific. They have also similar policy about AI. And Singapore, no need to mention, because Singapore used to be very active in this area. They built a lot of data center, and they used to be the center of the computing in Asia Pacific. But later, what will happen? We don't know. And also Indonesia and the Philippines, I will not go to in details. But of course, all the key countries in Asia Pacific are looking for this area. Okay, next please. And what will AI bring to us? This is a very important question. Like what I said in previous slides, that 30% of the industry will adopt the AI, will change the way we are working. But what will happen? So this page will give you 4 examples. First, finance. We know that Bank 4.0 is already happening, but now we are looking at the next 5 years is Bank 5.0. What will happen? We have the intelligent customer service, which means that if you call your customer service, AI can solve almost all the issues with the ChatGPT, with the Sora, the new technology. Not like currently. Currently, if you call the AI doesn't know anything, and you still need to go to the human being customer. But the future, AI can solve all your problems. And also like the intelligent risk control, which is very important, because like what I saw a news that there will, in last year, more than 8 trillion US dollars were caused by the damage or the network issue of the cybersecurity. So this is a very large number, but in future, with the intelligent risk control, we can save a lot of money about this, okay? Okay, and next one is manufacturing. We know that a lot of manufacturing companies, like the car company, like the big company which manufacturing the equipment, that they are using the robots. They are using the AI because that is non-stop. No need to sleep, no need to eat, but they can work 24 hours. In China, we call it a dark factory. What is dark factory? Meaning there is no light, no human beings in the factory, but all the product will be generated by robot and AI. okay, and the energy, and also the public services. Due to the time limit, I will not go into every details, but AI will change all these industries. Okay, next, please. And what we are proposing as Huawei, we are network technology company. So we are proposing this end-to-end framework, end-to-end upgrade of the network. Because if you are looking at AI, this is not only one part, but this is end-to-end. First, we need to request the AI, or we need to give some data to AI to train them. So in this, we need the access network to be upgraded. Then we need to this transport network, or we call it the operator network, the metro network, to bring all this data to the data center. And in the end, we need a very strong data center or the cloud network. So this facilitates all the power of the AI. So meaning that if we want to use AI, we need our equipment like the mobile phone, like the computer, to connect to the AI through this end-to-end network. So which every part you need to upgrade, otherwise it will be the bottleneck. It's just like if we are driving from here to the airport, you will have this local road and the highway and some road in the airport. Every part need to be smooth, otherwise you will cause some traffic jam there. So this is it. And this is defining in WBA that leading by Dr. Taib's working group, Network Technology Working Group. And this is already got consensus by many players that in this group. Okay, next, please. And okay, I will highlight some key technologies here. So first, because we are talking about AI, the data center is where the AI are born, right? So we start from the data center network. So usually, we know that it's very important that a lot of companies buy a lot of GPU, the AI card, but some people may ignore the importance of the network that connected this AI card or GPU, because usually with one card or one GPU, you cannot finish the deal. You need a lot of card and GPU to connect each other to do the training at the same time, cooperate, okay? So in this way, we need this very strong, we call it a data center network, meaning the network built for data center, in the data center. And here we need the load balancing, because in the data center, usually a lot of traffic there. We need the load balancing, it's network scale load balancing to make sure all the, similarly, all the road of the country will be smooth. This is similar, all the paths, all the link of the network will be smooth, okay? And also we have a lot of other like reliable, like the network digital map. This is very interesting. This is just like Google Map. If you are driving from here to airport, you need to know which path is the best. We use this technology to monitor all the links of the network, and we ensure you choose the right path towards your destination. So all this technology can help you to build a stronger AI power. Okay, next please. And the next part is the transport. Like what I said, this is really, I know a lot of operators are here and online. This is about the operator, because as operator, you have the mission that bring the users' requests and data from the home, from the mobile to the data center. All this metro network is belonging to you. So here, we foreseen that with Sora, with the video generation, the bandwidth will enlarge for 10 times, because you send some text to Sora. Sora gives you a large video, right? And you think, I'm not satisfied, please modify it. Then another large video coming. So with this coming back, we have a lot of traffic. And now we need to enlarge this end-to-end bandwidth, meaning that we can have a less latency, a larger bandwidth, a better quality. And not only about Sora, but also, you know, the Apple published the Vision Pro, right? And also the Meta has the Quest 3. A lot of companies are working on VR. And I think VR now is almost ready to use. Previously, no. I bought some VR, but the experience is very bad, but now it's usable. So with VR, you have two eyes with very high densification of the screen, and it will also consume a lot of bandwidth. So all these requirements need this end-to-end network, the metro and the core network, to be upgraded from used to be 100 GE to 400 GE and even 800 GE. So this is bandwidth, but that's not enough. We also need this, like the slicing, to ensure, to guarantee your performance, your end-to-end performance of this, and also to ensure your SLA. So this is also important. Next, please. And last but not the least, while we are now working or we are having the meeting here, we all use Wi-Fi, right? The campus network is very important because nowadays all the companies are thinking about to the cloud, to the AI, to the digitalization, because that is the power to make your company run faster than other company. So embracing AI means your company will be leading, right? So this is very important that all the equipment can be, like what I said, that can be 10G access, which is a very large number. How to access, how to do that? Because we have this Wi-Fi 7. Previously, we have Wi-Fi 6. That was like 3 years ago. We already have Wi-Fi 6. But this year, in January, the Wi-Fi 7 standardization was published by IEEE. And now all the company, all the vendors have this new equipment, that Wi-Fi 7. And if your company is going to buy some equipment now, you'd better buy Wi-Fi 7 because that will be dominating in next 3 years. And with this Wi-Fi 7, we also have this new antenna technology that can have more people to access one AP and to guarantee everybody's experience. And also we have this like the zero packet loss, because usually if we are looking at like we are playing games or we are looking at the videos, if some packet loss, oh, that's disaster. But now we can guarantee that. And also we have this intelligent operation management. Next, please. Okay, all of this new technology already started to deploy all over the world. So we calculated, according to our analysis, almost like more than 90, almost 100 deployment project all over the world. We have a lot of true examples in Asia Pacific. The first one, Union Bank from Philippines. They already adopted this hyper-converged data center network, which is 400 GE or 800 GE, very large bandwidth, very efficiency. And they have this 0 errors in 3,000 changes per year, but with no error because it's very strong, powerful network. Second example, BizNet. This is Indonesia, right? I know a lot of the audience from Indonesia online. So this is very important. They have already built this 400 GE converged IP transport network that can accelerate the link utilization, and also the cost will be decreased. Third one, about what I said, the 10G access network. We have this Thailand one, okay? This Thailand KKU already adopted the Wi-Fi 7, the latest technology, and the wireless speed accelerate twice, and they will be faster even future. Okay. Next, please. Next, please. Previous one. Yes. Here I'm giving you an example because I know a lot of regulators and government officers are here and online. So because last year I visited a lot of times of Saudi Arabia, just because there was a Saudi Arabia Vision 2030. They are looking forward that 2030 will be happen. And they are proposing this 10 gigacity plan, which is just published in this April. And actually I joined the effort of this because I communicated with the writer of this, planning of the government. They want an end-to-end high speed and high quality network, which is from the access to human being with mobile phone, access to home with the fiber, access to enterprise with Wi-Fi. And these 3 access all upgrade to 10 giga access. That is why they are calling it a 10 giga city. You see, every access you have 10 giga experience. And then what happened? All this, with all the enhancement and the enlarge of this access network, we need a stronger barrier network, which is the transport network, operator network, and also the data center network. So this is about the end-to-end upgrade. And another thing is happening also in April, because right after this planning published in Saudi, the Saudi Arabia government started to think about, okay, we have this strong network. What we can do next? They want to be the global computing center. This is very interesting. Why they can do this? Actually, they are saying, they talk about the world to KSA, King of Saudi Arabia. Why they have this power? We have consulted some consultant company that they said that because Saudi have 3 advantages that may be also shared by some of our Asia Pacific countries like Malaysia. First, the energy. Saudi Arabia has, of course, the lowest price of the oil, of the petrol, right? I was there. I see every family owns at least 1 car, and the petrol almost costs nothing because that is very, very low for the energy price. This is the first thing. Because all the AI, the computing, need a lot of power. So the power is the price of your AI computing. So this is their first advantage. Second, the land pricing. You know, Saudi Arabia is actually in the Middle East the largest country, but the population is only 30 million people. So comparing to its large area, the people are less there. So they have a very good land price, which is very low. So they have this price to build their data center network. And the third one is the policy. Because the new government that leading by the Salman, which is very ambitious, and they have this Vision 2030, they have this 10 giga city, they all have this word to KSA. They have this planning, they have this ambition and the power to do this. That is why they started the computing infrastructure planning, and which includes 3 parts. One is the computing, of course, because this is AI, computing is very important. Second is network. Like what I said, network is to connect the computing. The third one is the storage. Of course, computing needs storage. So they are thinking with this computing end to end, because they are thinking computing, network, and storage. This is the full story. Okay, next, please. Okay, this is my last page. I want you to make some takeaway, okay? If we are thinking about our society, this is our technology is a bridge that will connect the digital era and the intelligent era or AI era. What is the bridge of this? This is the end-to-end upgraded network, including the 10 giga access network, to business, meaning the campus network, to customer, meaning the mobile network, and to home, meaning the home network, okay? And this barrier network that will be upgraded, and also the data center network. With all this end-to-end network upgraded, your country, your network, you human beings network experience will be guaranteed. Okay, that's all of my presentation. Thank you very much. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Will. Always a pleasure to see you again. Ladies and gentlemen, apart from Mr. Derek Fernandez joining us for this afternoon, I would also like to announce that we are joined by Mr. Jia Wang, Vice President of Huawei Malaysia. As we are a bit overrun on time, I will try to compact the remaining agenda for today. So now I would like to invite for the MOU signing session on behalf of IPv6 Forum Malaysia, Professor Emeritus Dr. Sureswaran Ramadas, and on behalf of World Broadband Association, Dr. Tayyip bin Mariam, for the MOU signing ceremony. A big round of applause for them. Okay. An exchange of the ceremony is taking place. Exchange of MOU, pardon me. Okay, maybe one picture with the MOU facing the camera, Prof. and Dr. Taib. Yes. Okay, photographers. One more maybe. Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Suresh and Dr. Taib. One more with the handshake, please. One more with the handshake, the most important MOU picture. Okay. Okay. Thank you, gentlemen. Okay. For the next session of our agenda this afternoon, we have a special guest appearance by Dr. Latif Ladid from the Global IPv6 Forum. He is joining us online. He does send his best regards to all of us. So if we could have Dr. Latif's video on the screen, please, the control room. Looking sharp, Dr. Latif. We can all see you.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, very clear.
Excellent. Yeah, so I'm very pleased to see this great event because it's a unique event around the world, looking at how to move from a successful research internet into a high quality production internet for everyone. You should know that today we have 2.5 billion people using IPv6 without knowing it. And then 2.5 people using IPv4 only, and 2.5 billion people not connected to the internet. So if you look at the 2.5 billion not connected to the internet, half of them are in Asia, especially in India and in China. Each one has still 400 to 500 people a million people to be connected to the internet. And in Africa, about 500 million people not yet connected to the internet. Especially it is the younger generation, which is our future. So we have to give these people, especially in developing countries, an opportunity, even if it is best effort opportunity. So you are working on a double digital divide. And this divide is basically connecting the unconnected. And the second one is to move from IPv6 to IPv4. And this is not going to be very easy. So the only solution is that those that are using today IPv6 have to be moved to IPv6 only. And that would be the driver to get the IPv4 people to move to IPv6. And we see that from the cloud computing services, especially AWS has shown the way how to move from IPv6 and IPv4, so dual stack, into an IPv6 only by charging those that are using IPv4 a small fee, but still they will compensate for $1 billion that they have paid for IPv4 addresses. And they will collect by the end of this year only $1 billion from the IPv4 users. So it's quite amazing that you can even make money out of moving from IPv4 to IPv6. So I think the movement, especially with all the technologies that Will You has announced. So making the internet to be very solid and high quality infrastructure. Because with the current internet deployment, it's very fragile. It's very insecure, especially in the promotion of NAT on the internet was really an awful policy. It was not in the benefit of the mankind. It was the benefit for some monopolies. We have too many monopolies on the internet today because we have killed the peer-to-peer concept, which was the original design of the internet. So with IPv6, we are restoring the end-to-end, to do that not only for people, but to do it for networks. And this will enable restoring security, reducing cybersecurity, and enabling new innovations. And I would expect that most of the innovations are going to come from Asia because of the focus of many governments and the regulators to promote a higher quality internet that didn't have at the beginning when the internet has started. So I highly recommend that you really push even as a small team, doing the biggest project in the world for the benefit of mankind. And this would enrich a lot of people. I have a little story for you. The gentleman that is running Google today is from India. And when he moved there, he was from a very poor family. And through education, he became one of the biggest bosses in the world. So I would expect a lot of kids in these countries, be it India, China, the entire Asian territories in Africa, there are a lot of big brains that are not switched on. They don't have light in their head. So our task is really something that people are not looking into it. So you are the foundation of the future world with a lot of opportunities and a lot of innovation, including AI. Most probably the best AI to happen to us in the future is to get thinking machines next to the human thinking brain. This would be the biggest innovation in the world, which has some good impact and also some bad impact. And we would have basically machines similar, if not better than the human beings to serve us. But we have to be careful that we know what kind of thinking machines are going to be good for us. So this would be a test of civilization, that machines in the future are not going to run us because we don't seem to be capable of running our planet. A very small blue jewel on the entire universe that we cannot find somewhere else so far. So I think we have something very special to work on. So thank you very much for doing this work and getting all these specialists and experts from the government and from the regulators to drive the internet into the right direction. Thank you and have a good conference.
Thank you very much, Dr. Latif. Could we have a share of the presentation again, control room? In the interest of time, we are shifting the agenda a little bit, whereby we will compress the launching ceremony into a quick 5-minute minimalist session, minimalist ceremony. And then after that, we go for a quick photo op. And then we will end with the panel discussion, because I know Dr. Nava is raring to go, and to avoid him, going on until dinner, we have arranged it as such. Before I invite Mr. Derek Fernandez to launch the project and also the innovation competition, these are just 3 or 4 slides which introduce what is it that the project we are launching. So number 1 is quite straightforward, which is the Asia Pacific White Paper. We have done one last year, which is called the Asia Pacific IPv6 Implementation White Paper. Was published in December 2023, can be found online at the APEC IPv6 Council website. Moving forward, we want to do another white paper with regards to transitioning from IPv6 to high speed and high quality. network infrastructure. So this is aimed to be published sometime in October 2024, to October of this year. The next item that we will invite Mr. Derek to launch is actually our innovation competition. So this is actually particularly interesting for the participants. So the APEC IPv6 Council with IPv6 Forum Malaysia and also Huawei is launching this competition so that either carriers, we have a track 1 for carriers and we have a track 2 for enterprise. So these two tracks go in parallel, whereby the objectives would be to accelerate ICT development in the Asia Pacific region, to accelerate the migration of network infrastructure to NET 5.5G, as well as promote the deployment of IPv6 in key industries. We are taking opportunity of this workshop to use as the kickoff date for this competition. And I am pleased to also share with all of you, the winner of this competition will actually be invited to showcase your presentation as part of the November event that we are planning to host in Penang. It is a 5G and cybersecurity summit in Penang. So there's about 3 months for you all to log into the website, look at the template, and then submit your projects or submit your proposals. It's open to all, whether you are carrier, whether you are enterprise. Please go to the website and share the information with your colleagues. So eligibility criteria, jury composition, these can be found on the website as well. But quickly, as long as you are from Asia Pacific country, either you are an operator, enterprise, research institution, or individuals, all of you are invited to participate in this competition. There will be 1 gold prize, 3 silver prizes, and 5 bronze prizes. And for the project submission, please go ahead and visit the website to download the template and to submit your projects. Without further ado, I would like to invite Mr. Derek Fernandez to do a simple and quick launching for us. It is just a playing of a video. Mr. Derek, if you don't mind. Yes.
Where do I press?
Hold on, sir. Just better visibility. Okay, maybe we can help do a small countdown from 5. Just press the space bar. Okay, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
From the ARPANET and consumer internet to the industrial internet, IP connectivity is constantly breaking boundaries and unleashing unprecedented new power. In the future, the number of global connections will reach 200B, and 92% of enterprises will adopt multiple clouds. This would place ever higher demands on IP networks. While IPv6 supports an massive amount of IP addresses, IPv6 Enhanced will further unleash the potential connectivity, including economic and social value. Local consultancy Roland Berger study shows that the IPv6 index is positively correlated with GDP. A 10% increase in IPv6 deployment increase would drive up GDP by approximately 7.4%. It is estimated that the total value created by IPv6 and IPv6 Enhanced various industries would reach $10.8 billion in 2030. IPv6 Enhanced brings a superior experience from various industries. It is gaining increasing popularity and has become key to the intelligent world. The future is now. Step into the 5.5G era, where many things are connected. Intelligence. The entire industry is accelerating technological innovation and business verification beyond the AI. Autonomous driving networks. These are visual to the mighty regulators. Efficiency. Experience, intelligence, and regulations. So, excellence in energy efficiency, ICT infrastructure, ICT creates a free society. It supports high life chain to seamless and intelligent.
I would like to invite, along with Mr. Derek Fernandez, Professor Emeritus Sureswaran, Mr. Wang from Huawei, Mr. Robin from Huawei, Dr. Tayyip, to commemorate this launch by taking a quick photo op. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, sorry. Okay. There's two projects, as we mentioned. The first is actually the project initiation of Asia Pacific White Paper. Okay. Now, one more, gentlemen, is for the innovation competition kickoff. Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much, gentlemen. You may take your seat. Now we have come to the most anticipated climax of the day, one which Dr. Nava has traveled far and wide to guide and lead us. I would now like to welcome Dr. Nava Nidhan Aljuman as the moderator, Professor Sureswaran Ramadas as panelist, Mr. Derek John Fernandez also as panelist, and Mr. Will Liu also as a panelist for our panel discussion. Center video. One scale. Into the light. Yeah, is it?
No, one more.
Enough.
Three only.
Okay, please. Dr. Nava is the moderator. Professor Sureswaran, Mr. Derek, and Will. Go ahead.
What's the else?
Probably going to jump.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Ashraf. Okay. First of all, thank you so much for the invitation. So we have come towards the end of the session, the panel discussion. I think we have seen some good stuff today. So we have three panelists here, Prof. Suresh, okay, and Mr. Derek, Mr. Robin. Okay, good to hear Mr. Will, sorry. So, okay, Robin was there, sorry. So, today's, of course, there's a lot of 1,001 questions on mine. And today we were talking about IPv6, and we have covered quite a number of issues related to this. Okay, just this is for Suresh, okay? Since IPv6, we've been talking about IPv6 so long, right? From your initiative of 2005 until now. So when you see IPv6 that goes, you can cover Malaysia as well, regional and globally as well, to see IPv6, where's the direction, and how we can really move this to be the core for the future high-speed technology.
Yeah, thank you, Nava. So I don't think we need to move it anymore. IPv6 is already mandated. It's not a choice, right? You got nothing else. You got IPv4, old technology, and then you got IPv6. So either you use old technology and pay a lot of money, or you use new technology and save a lot of money. That's all. I mean, there's no IPv7, no IPv8 to choose from. It's not like I can choose this, I can choose, and then I think, no, right? It's as if the petrol car has no more petrol today, or petrol price is now $20 a gallon. So when petrol hits $20 a liter, let's say 80 ringgit a gallon or a liter, you start thinking, do I run petrol or do I go to electric, right? Right now, it's still affordable, so we use petrol car, but a lot of electric cars are now on the road. But soon, the price of petrol will be expensive. And not only that, it's cleaner, it's better, it's faster, it's better. You know, there's so many good things about electric cars that you will switch. I mean, I still use a petrol car, but I'm already thinking of switching to electric car, right? So we still have an option. In the internet world, it's so much easier to switch. You know, when you go from petrol car to electric car, you still have to spend money, and then you're thinking. To go from IPv4 to IPv6, you don't spend money because your equipment is all IPv6 ready today. For the last almost 10 years, it's been IPv6 ready equipment that you're buying. So it's not an equipment cost, it's a knowledge cost. And in terms of knowledge, there's a lot of people doing IPv6 training, education, upgrading. So it's a matter of talking to people, getting upgraded, right? And it's an interesting challenge. It's something to learn, something new. So if you are kind of bored with old technology, hey, go open a book, learn about IPv6, take an online course, learn about IPv6, and move to the next generation. And with that, our friends from Huawei have shown so many new technologies that they are creating. There are a lot more technologies created even by other people today in terms of IPv6, right? There's so much excitement in IPv6. So it's the era of IPv6. That's all. It's today. It's 50% of internet traffic is already IPv6. If that's how fast it's changing, I thought by 2030 we will be at maybe 80-90%. I think by 2028 we'll already be at 80-90% IPv6 on the internet.
Okay, thank you for the insight. Next, Mr. Derek. Okay. Lately, I mean, this is very much focused in Malaysia as well global, but lately, you know, quite a number of steps government is taking to setting up and to become AI power, right, in the area. And this now Will has shared Malaysia's strategy. But as you're looking at the bigger picture, as including IPv6, in 2015, we have a strong guideline from the Ministry of moving IPv4 to IPv6. Now we don't see much hearing that. I'm not sure much from that side. So we want to know what is the plan as from the MCMC side on your part to cater for the current needs and the future needs. And where is Malaysia in terms of what, like Will has shared, 5.5G, 10G, we have all the policies in place, the regulatory framework. So what the government is looking at from this part of Malaysia?
This is for AI or IP?
AI as well, IPv6. It's going to be, I mean, everything is AI driven now. So like Will says, the talk, walk, AI.
Okay, so with the almost exponential development of the new technologies, the growth, at least in artificial intelligence, IPv6 is an old story, but in relation to AI, the regulator is always slow to catch up, okay, because the technology far exceeds the speed in which the regulator is able to regulate it. Even now, the laws governing AI have not been fully developed. MOSTI, the Minister of Science and Technology, Ministry of Science and Technology and Innovation, actually has been tasked with the job of developing AI framework and a legal framework for AI. MCMC has not been tasked with that role, although I have views and opinions on that particular matter. Technology, as you know, is a valuable servant but a poor master. And the dangers, we look at the benefits as well as the dangers that the technology and its misuse can achieve. In fact, I was just coming from the launch of Microsoft's iTeach AI tool to help the people be able to innovate, to be able to do a lot of work which they would not be able to ordinarily do without AI help. And even in that, there were ethical questions if we do not regulate strictly AI. I'll give you an example. If we have AI-driven vehicles and a vehicle is on the road now speeding and a kid runs right in front of the vehicle, and let us say that vehicle has got 4 people inside, only one can survive. If the AI is already calculated that to avoid the kid who dashed in front, it'll have to hit a lamppost, and the likelihood or probability is severely injured or dead to the occupants of the car. Who makes the choice? Does the AI empower itself to make the choice, or is it a predetermined choice parameter? And would a normal human being act in the same way under different circumstances? So there's a lot of ethical issues relating to machine intelligence. It's not no more about just machine learning, but as it evolves into machine intelligence, and ultimately the most fearful component will be machine awareness. And when the machine becomes to be aware that the biggest risk to the global warming of this earth is human beings, will it then react in a way to get rid of the problem? So these are matters that we have not really thought about. Certainly, we can start with the ability to identify AI and non-AI generated outputs. I think this is a fundamental issue, and I hope that this is addressed, mandated by law, that anybody who offers any artificial intelligence service must be able to identify what is the output, fingerprinted, watermark it, you can call it what it wants. It also has to have a caveat there that this is an AI-generated content, and failure to do so will attract massive fines. So I think this is one way that we can at least utilize this in a correct manner and identify when something has been generated by AI as opposed to a non-AI generated. So the law has a lot of catching up to do. At the moment, I'm waiting anxiously also for what are the rules and regulations. I know the EU has worked hard on it. Singapore and Indonesia have already models. So I think Malaysia, hopefully before the end of this year, will come out with a legal framework to govern the use of this great tool that promises a lot of happiness for the human beings, but at the same time, if wrongly utilized, can lead to some massive destruction. And this is the problem.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Derek, for that insight. Okay, Mr. Will.
Thank you.
Okay, we saw your interesting presentation just now.
Thank you.
So you had mentioned 5.5 and all 400, 800. So in terms of real rollout, I know we have talks about last time we talked 5G, but we haven't fully take off. I would say, I mean, it's there, but we want something 20 GB per second. And we're talking suddenly now we are here 5.5. Now 6 is already in discussion. So how these challenges, because when we talk about technology, it's moved very fast. So what are the challenges of realizing whatever you just shared in the real scenarios, and in particular to AI as well?
Yeah, thank you for this very grateful question. So first of all, I would like to say that every technology has a cost, like what we have said, that we have the pros and cons. So usually when we measure whether a technology can be adopted, we are looking at the requirement, the new application or scenarios, whether we have such strong scenarios to support this new kind of technology. And luckily, since last year, we found this is AI. AI is changing the world, changing every industry, like what I already presented in my presentation. And when we think about AI, if we look at the next 5 years, we need this end-to-end network upgrade, like what I already said. And also, when we are talking about how to empower AI, network is very important. I actually forgot another very important number that I would like to share to you, that why network is so important to AI. Because according to the boss of NVIDIA, Mr. Wang Renxun, he said that almost network can influence 20% of the computing power. Why? Because computing power is calculated by how many times of computing per second, per time. So this is about timing, right? If the network causes some delay and causes some retransit to the data, it will postpone the computing power. So this is why the network is so important for computing. And another thing I want to share is a story that, because I already shared the Saudi Arabia story, but I forgot the China story. Since 3 years ago, China issued a policy, it's called East Data, West Computing. What does that mean? Which means because in China, the most advanced cities lie in the East Coast. The west part of China usually is kind of fall behind the economy. But this part actually have a large land with low price, have a very good weather and a lot of water resources, and which is a very good place to set up the data center there. That is why in China, the government decided to set up the largest data center in Guizhou province, in the Guizhou, which is a very western, used to be not very advanced city. But now with the new data center, it's growing, the economy growing very fast. And also the eastern part of cities can use this very low cost computing power. And they build a very strong network from the west to the east. Of course, IPv6 is used there. And with this, they balanced the resource, the computing, and the economy. And usually, the companies, the CTO of companies, they don't have this, and like the overall eyesight. Only the government, they have this eyesight to make the plan for this. And this is what I want to share to you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the insight. Okay, now I just want to open for some question if you're a member of one question.
Okay, thank you.
We use the mic so the online participants can also hear.
Hello. Already 5G is launched and 6G work is going on. How is it essential to work on 5G advanced, or you call 5.5G? It's a simple query for me.
Yeah, this is a very good question. If we look back like 10 years ago, we have 4G, right? At that moment, 4G is around 2015 or something like that. And after that, actually, we also have this 4.5G, but we call it LTE plus or LTE, some sort of, in different countries, we have different
I think we have 2.5G also.
Yes, this is why, because the operators deployed 5G and the new scenarios coming. But 6G is still far away, actually. We foresee that 6G will be coming in 2030. We cannot wait for that generation. We need some enhanced technology to enhance our 5G network. So this is why 5.5G is coming, or in some term, we call it 5G advanced in 3GPP definition. And based on that, we also need this end-to-end network to support this 5.5G. So we call it net 5.5G, which means that network for 5.5G era. So this is the.
So it was like, what I understand from you is that when actually 2030 or 2029 6G comes, it will be easy for us to transit from 5G to 3G through this advanced.
Yeah.
This is a bridge between these two. What I understand now.
Yeah, this will be a long-term evolution since 5G was adopted. Okay. And we add a lot of new features on this 5.5G because usually nowadays people like to watch video online, especially like TikTok. I know it's very, very popular, like the Netflix, like with this video, not only download, but also people are sharing each other's video. You take a video and you want to upload. So 5.5G solve the issue of the upload, because in the past, the download and upload are not equivalent. So usually with upload is very slow, but now we address this. And also the 5G to B, which for the enterprise and a lot of other new scenarios coming. So in this means that we need this new technology to support. So that is why 5.5G were proposed. And like what we are talking in WBA, that AI is coming, not only the mobile network need to be considered, but also this transport network and the data center network need to consider. So we proposing this net 5.5G to solve this new AI issue. Yeah, that's the story.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question. But I have a question for Mr. Derek. Because IP always has been in our heart. And I mean, since I'm learning IPv6 from Prof. Suresh, always thinking about, he shared a lot of things about IP, and there's a lot of politics beside the IP. Okay, now coming to that, like water, air, IP is asset. So I would like to see, I mean, something, IP is asset, it's a sovereignty. This is, a lot of people don't see that. There's a lot of games going on, there's a lot of promises from ICANN, stewardship, and all those things. So coming from that angle, Mr. Derek, probably from here, from the Malaysian side, about this IP sovereignty.
Sure. I think the discussions in ASEAN, at least the ones I've been privy to, there is a growing awareness in ASEAN, in the region, of the concept of digital sovereignty. That is, a nation, we have no problem with physical land sovereignty. So that means when you want to go to Singapore, Thailand, or Indonesia, you're quite accepted. You need a visa, you need to land, you need to go through immigration control, you need permission. And then after your permission is going to finish, you got to leave the country. Most countries spend millions of, in fact, some billions of ringgit to defend their borders, both air and space. But yet this concept of digital sovereignty, many do not see the depth of it. While we defend our physical boundaries, we allow anybody to enter into our digital space, right to our citizens' face, right to their person through their device. So the concept of digital sovereignty is evolving to recognize that digital sovereignty means control over digital assets and digital infrastructure. And such asset and infrastructure would be the IP addresses, whether it be 4, 6, whatever asset that is being used once entering a nation's digital space will have to be subject to the nation's laws. Having said that, since 1998, and the remarkable thing about Malaysia is the Communications and Multimedia Act is 1998, it's 25 years old. Yet it foresaw online harms, it foresaw the use of data in a communication using the electromagnetic spectrum to create harm. And in fact, some of the provisions still today, we are still using it. And it particularly also saw the need to own its digital and regulate its digital assets. And therefore, under Malaysian law, all of the digital assets such as IP addresses fall under the jurisdiction of MCMC based on that law. Having said that, no entity other than a national entity has the right to allocate or to regulate addresses within that particular nation's boundaries or its people. That would be a necessary flow. While earlier on, many were not willing to participate. They didn't feel their countries have evolved to the level of where they have their own national internet registry. I think China, 20 years already, they have it. Other countries have. So as a country evolves, it certainly has reached a time of maturity where it feels it wants to take charge of its own digital assets. And that should be its global right to do so. That should be its international right to do so. And no entity should be able to stop that. Because it's like somebody telling you or telling China that, sorry, you can't use this address in Shanghai. We have to give you the addresses, you use it, or you apply from us, we'll give it to you. I think that's not acceptable then, and it's not acceptable now. So I hope more countries in the region where they feel they're sufficiently mature to exercise dominion over their digital addresses and carry on the development and the benefits it brings, especially with moving into the IPv6 era. It's already there for a long time, but as it begins to catch on more and more.
Yeah. Maybe Prof. Suresh also can say something on that.
Yeah, actually, what is interesting, I was thinking what you just said and what Derek just said, not including our virtual attendees. In this room, we have 4 different countries. We have India, who's already established their sovereignty over the IP addresses. We have Indonesia, which is already established. They were the first, in fact. We have China, which has already done it. I don't know about France. But then we have Malaysia, who is still lagging.
Vietnam.
We have a person from Vietnam who's also established. Laos hasn't yet.
Hasn't yet.
So Laos hasn't yet.
Cambodia hasn't.
Well, we don't have Cambodia in the room, but Laos hasn't yet, and Malaysia hasn't yet. Sort of a pretty bad reflection on Malaysia right now, in the sense almost everyone in the room here already has sovereign independence of their IP addresses, and then we don't. So anyway, yeah, we are doing it. We are doing it. It'll happen within the year.
As a Prof would testify, when I was appointed as a commissioner, that when I immediately saw the situation, I immediately said we need to establish our own national internet registry, and the commission agreed that this is the direction to go. I think many countries like even Singapore, Thailand may not, they may not have felt it necessary, but with the advent of the digitalization, as it begins to get more rapid with the new technologies, there becomes a point in time where they feel they need to take custody of these important assets. So I suppose the time is right now. If we are late at the show, Vietnam, congratulations to you and Indonesia for doing it and having the foresight. India, of course, there's no need to say, they were way advanced in this, as well as China.
Okay, thank you. I think, is there any question on the floor? One questions? You have any question? Okay, I have one final question. You have a question, Robert? Any questions? No. Okay, sorry. Okay, this question is very much to my heart, cybersecurity. Right? We spoke about all these things. I think maybe Stan also can answer, all three can answer this. Because now we are already establishing the road, but fencing the road is the challenge. So I know Malaysia, we are trying to come out with new rules. Probably from China, we want to hear from you the cybersecurity laws. Of course, China is a very strong in terms of the gateway, the firewall, Great Wall of China. So probably you can share something with this advancement and cross-border. How, it's because cybersecurity, one part is detecting, but actually enforcing. The biggest challenge because of the Intel is a global space. So probably can share some light on this. All this is okay, but today my data is traveling everywhere. How do I address that?
Okay, thank you. So basically, actually for the as Huawei, I don't have much word about the policy part, but as the technical part, we do have a very large thought on the security, because currently, like what you said, the data is like an asset, very important to everyone, and we need to assure that this data were not misused and not stolen by someone else. And in Huawei, actually, we are proposing this end-to-end security framework. This means that from the end user, from the mobile phone, from the computer, to the access network, to the home access, wireless access, and even the campus access network, and to the transport network from an operator and data center. Because Huawei has the end-to-end equipment, actually, we are selling all the equipment from the end-to-end. And we can merge together the security capability, like what Robin presented about this network monitoring and we call it IFIT or some other sort of technology combining together, that we can learn from the network, and we can learn, also empowered by AI, we can learn where is the threat, where is the attack coming, and we can do it to prevent this attack, also based on our AI power. So this is very interesting. So with the AI power, we can not only enhance the network capability, but also the network security level. So this is very important. And the second thing I want to say that because what we said now all the data is on the cloud, right? Where we are actually as human beings, as users, we don't have a choice because now if we are using some application, we are putting the data on the cloud. And I heard that some countries, for example, like Turkey, they are now trying to make the data center in their country, not using the external data center, because in that case, all the data will be transformed to other countries that you cannot control. So I think this is kind of important that each country should build their own data center and also the data center network as well. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So this is a topic of my interest, and before I answer your question, we need to look at this issue of security and cybersecurity. Sadly, we have gone through an era of the digitalization narrative, that is all the good it brings, which it does. But the true cost of digitalization has been understated. Whenever somebody talks about the vast profits you make, they do not factor in the security costs. It's like building a building with 15 or 20 doors where you can sit and mingle, socialize, get to know friends and do business, but there's no locks on the door. So security has always been looked at as a cost item to business. If you ask anybody here, how much is going to cost me? How much is going to cost me to do the encryption at user level and control level? How much? So it's always a cost. Security has not been seen as an asset. The human being who uses the technological product is not even looked at as a human being. They're looked as a product, not as an asset. So when the attitude towards security is, that's their problem, I only provide the digital highway, you pay the toll, you can drive your car at highest speed, you can enjoy the sights, but if there's potholes there or there are robbers there, that's not my problem, that's the government's problem. So all countries around the world now are facing tremendous pressure simply because security has now become a government problem. Businesses care about security only as pertains to their network. That is, as long as their profit-making machines are running smoothly, the effect on the customer is not often considered. Okay, and that's the heart of the challenge. The second heart of a challenge is something very few of us will want to admit. But the truth is, any data transmitted through an electromagnetic spectrum can be intercepted and altered. It's not if, but when. The whole development of signals intelligence, signals intercept are based on the premise that all data can be intercepted. Okay, it may be difficult, there may be degrees of difficulty, it may be encrypted, but encryption alone, as you know, some of the most encrypted platforms, the most so-called secure cloud services, and you've read about it, have been penetrated. So this is the challenge. We digitalize a 3D world, we want to control it using two-dimensional, if I can relate to talk about technology as two-dimensional to control a three-dimensional world, it has motivated the criminal. We have now centralized wealth by digitalization, meaning that the criminal in the early days, if they wanted to steal $5 billion US dollars, they may have to break into 4 bank vaults and to do that simultaneously, load it up, overpower the security systems, the guards, put it on the escape vehicle and get out of the country is nearly impossible short of a war. Today, they don't have to do that. The technology has enabled them to do it remotely in another country out of the jurisdiction. So these are substantial challenges to cybersecurity. I do agree that Huawei and other countries who offer these technologies have taken a lot of effort to put in security barriers and walls in there. But that, in my opinion, is not enough. The solution does not lie in technology. It also has to do with policies. The policies must address the victims of cybercrime. It must shift the risk. Simple example, the 48-hour rule in banking, a rule that I had written 2.5 years ago. A simple rule costs you no money. Don't know whether it costs the banks, but it costs no money. When I transfer money from my account to your account for the first time,
our accounts are transmitting money for the first time over a certain limit, the transaction floats for 48 hours, giving sufficient time for a possible victim of scammer to recall back the transaction. Same way we used to write checks in the old days, they took 2 days to clear, and we could cancel the check based on a police report. So these are what we call policy-related rules. Second type rule, which again policy, not technology, would be don't download banking apps from the Play stores. That you may have to physically go to a bank, a fingerprinted face, human being, open an account, and you are given an app which is downloaded, which can only be altered if you come back. Yeah, not so convenient, but more likely to be secure. So again, these are policy things that can be implemented, simple. The third is to shift risk. And this is probably the most important one. Those who provide the technology should be responsible for the safety of the technology. And in fact, the Communications and Multimedia Act has a section called Section 263 that says all licensees are under a legal duty to ensure that their network, their facility, their service is not used for criminal or attempted criminal purposes. So I shift it. So the customer then says, I did not do this transaction. The service provider must prove that the customer did the transaction, not that the customer must disprove that they did the transaction. So this would address the victim, that you provide the technology because it's about choice. If you go to a bank and say, I don't want this, I want a more factor authentication. I want to use a biometric live finger sensor, which is put into my phone. They don't give you those choices. So when you don't give choices, you force technology on somebody, you have to be responsible for the safety. You cannot pass it on. So policies like that will lead to a lot of innovation. It will lead a lot of resources being channeled by organizations to then, when they feel that in the end of the day, they're going to have to pay for it, they would then put in the money and they would build the technology so that the human security and safety is at the heart of their technology, not as an add-on later when the problem occurs.
Thank you, Professor Suresh.
I think my two colleagues have spoken enough on security. We have nothing else to add.
Thank you so much. I think we will come to end of the session. Just 1 second. You have just 1 minute to say something. If you guys want to say something, just to close it. Takeaways.
The takeaway is the world is now a digital world, whether we like it or not. We are all connected. You look at your mobile phone as part of you now. And not just you. The government expects you to look at the mobile phone as part of you. In Malaysia, during COVID, the mobile phone was the only thing would allow you to travel. You have to show proof that you were vaccinated. And you can only do that using the mobile phone. Now, banks, if you don't have a mobile phone, you cannot authenticate. Online transactions, you cannot authenticate. So your mobile phone has become part of you. And if that mobile phone must have internet connection. If not, it's useless. So what I'm saying is, whether we like it or not, the digital world has become part of us. And we have embraced it. We are not going against it. What Nava and my colleagues are also talking about is two major things. One, avoiding congestion. That means if I do something on the internet, it should be fast enough, not take minutes or even hours. Second thing is, when I do something on the internet, it must be secure. Right? Today, all of us have suffered. I have suffered, fraud. There's a lot of internet fraud, banking fraud, purchase fraud. I just got a message today from a bank that says, okay, your credit card is overdue, you haven't paid. But I don't have a credit card with that bank. Right? I just got the message. See, there's so much fraud going on. And that has to, basically, I feel that regulations to punish the people who are caught must be strict, so that the others will not do it. It must be so severe that it will scare the other people from saying, okay, we won't do. But like Derek has said, a lot of it is cross-boundary. Right? Somebody from a different country will be stealing money from you. how do you go after that person? So there also has to be regulations which are agreed upon by at least communities of countries that all say, okay, this is the way we go after those people. Thank you.
Perhaps my parting words would be, again, what I'd said before. And technology is a valuable servant, but you need to use it as a servant. It is a very bad master. And if we make technology our master, I do not believe the world will be a happier place. While we pursue a course which we feel at the time we did it, that the benefits of digital, we must never forget the human element, and to insist that somebody's identity is solely determined by a set of digits would be against accepting the nature of the human being, that they were more than the sum of our body parts. I believe a balance between technology and humanity can be achieved, and that should be the way. And when I hear people, no, we have this digital ID and that's it, you are who the digits say you are, otherwise you're not that. This is the kind of thinking that criminals will begin to say, yeah, all I need is a set of digits and be able to get by the machine, and I can be whoever I want to be. So the thinking must be more holistic in looking at technology as a very valuable servant, but not your master.
Okay, so my words will be, the AI will change the world in the next 5 years. That is the biggest topic today. And as all the stakeholders like government, regulator, operators, and vendors, we need to embrace it. And also we need to think about how can we build a better network with a high bandwidth, high quality, and of course, secured network to support this biggest trend in this next 5 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for all the panelists. Give a big round of applause. Okay. So I hope everyone has enjoyed. Then thank you. I'll hand over to the MC.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nalvan, as the moderator, Mr. Derek, Prof. Suresh, and Mr. Will as the panelists. Please take your seats. We have now come to the end of our session for today. I would now like to invite Professor Sureswaran to give out certificates of appreciation for our speakers and panelists for today. Maybe at this side. Okay. The first is for Mr. Derek John Fernandez. Please give a big round of applause. Next is for Mr. Robin from Huawei. Next is Mr. Win Liu. Please give a big round of applause. Dr. Will. Next is Mr. Dr. Bin Mariam from the World Broadband Association, all the way from France. Next is Dr. Muhammad Elnur Abdel Hafiz. Next is Dr. Navamuddin Arjuman. And finally, I would like to invite Mr. Derek to actually present the certificate to Professor Sureswaran. Switch places. You have to go there.
Well done.
Big round of applause, please. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Lori. Thank you, Professor Suresh. Ladies and gentlemen, that wraps up our workshop of day one. I know it's been quite long. I know it's been quite tiring. Rest assured, for day two tomorrow, we will focus more on the workshop modules. And just a reminder that our dinner for tonight will be from 7:30 onwards. You can come anytime from 7:30 to 8:30. The venue is already mentioned outside at the registration table, and we look forward to seeing all of you during dinner. We can continue our discussions and our chats. Thank you so much, everyone, for day one of the workshop. Thank you.
Yes.